bir şey yoksa bu yolda senden, harap bu yola düşenlerin hali. Ben senin izindeyim, ey izi görünmez dost. Bensiz gitme, istemem. Ne yazık bu yola bilmeden rastgele girelim. Sen ey gideceğim yolu bilen, sen ey yolumun ışığı, sen ey benim asam. Bensiz gitme, istemem. Onlar sadece aşk diyorlar sana. Oysa aşk sultanımsın sen değil. Ey hiç kimsenin vehmine sığmayan dost. Bensiz gitme. İstemem.
Hello, good morning. Dear guests and dear panelists, I warmly welcome you for joining our panel. And I'd like to express my gratitude to our panelists for their accepting our invitation. Today we will talk about two nice green transformation activities currently active in Turkey. The first one is the World Bank Turkey Green Industry Project, and the second one is UNIDO Global Cleantech Innovation Program. Our panelists are from World Bank, Mr. Loic Chiquier, and from UNIDO, Mrs. Olga Rataj. I'm moderating the panel, but I will also talk when my turn came. I will talk on behalf of the implementing partners of Turkey Green Industry Project. First, let me start giving some summary information about the World Green Turkey Green Industry Project. This is a project initiated by the support of World Bank. The project budget is $450 million. The coordinators of the project is Ministry of Industry and Technology. The implementing partners are TÜBİTAK and KOSGEB. TÜBİTAK is the Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey, and KOSGEB is the SME Development Organization of Turkey. Actually, I'm a manager in TÜBİTAK. My department is Technology and Innovation Funding Programs Department. My department is the active partner of World Bank Turkey Green Industry Project. I am the Project Implementation Unit Manager also of the Turkey Green Industry Project. The aim of the project is to support industry in Turkey for sustainable and Turkey green transformation activities projects. The project agreement is signed in 1st of August 2023, and the kickoff meeting was held on 8th December 2023, almost 1 year ago. We are in a good position in the project. The project duration is 6 years, and the coordinator is the Ministry of Industry and Technology, TÜBİTAK, KOSGEB, and okay. Let's start with the World Bank representative, Mr. Loic Chiquier, Senior Advisor, Finance, Competitiveness and Innovation Global Practice. Mr. Chiquier, after a short introduction about yourself, could you please give us some general information about the World Bank funding mechanisms? We know that it's very complicated, but a short summary, please. And does the World Bank have any different kinds of mechanisms other than loans for fostering green transition? And finally, what would be your suggestions, especially for developing countries, in order to benefit from the World Bank funds? Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. All that in 5-10 minutes or 15 minutes max. It's a bit of a challenge, but I'm very happy to be here with our partners, TÜBİTAK, the Ministry of Representatives, and for this great project. So of course the World Bank is fully committed to support your country's journey towards a more resilient and greener economy. This is in line with your own national goals as expressed in the action plans, mitigation to 2024 and adaptation, and if I'm not mistaken, to reach a zero emission by 2053. So this project takes part of a bigger picture, would you say, landscape. And of course also to benefit, to try to prepare your industry to CBAM in Europe in 2026. So I think I would like to divide my presentation in two parts. One is really to answer your questions, what the World Bank is trying to do globally. It's a bit of a challenge in 5 minutes, but I'll try in climate finance. And then to go back maybe to your country and your project, and the great project and the collaboration we're doing. So let's start just this last fiscal year. For us, the fiscal year starts from July and finish in June, right? We, as a World Bank, we committed $43 billion equivalent, 31 for IBRD, 9 more or less IFC, and 2.5 in Omega. To just give you a sort of magnitude, right? To compare with that, Turkey is taking a big share, because in terms of active loans made over the last 2 years, only for climate finance we have 2.4 billion. So it's a big share, right? It means the importance we are giving to Turkey in this. Second factor, you have heard over last week, so I'm not recreating new things. The 10 NDBs have announced their plans, I don't know if it's a commitment legally, but their plans at least, to reach 120 billion every year by 2030. And people maybe not have noticed, but there was also an important commitment. These 10 NDBs, including mine, we have also committed to try to leverage private finance for 65 billion. So altogether, close to 200. That start to be, I know it's not the full gap measured, but it start to be significant contributions, I would say. So how to do it? And for us, it's half mitigation, half adaptation, which is important, because adaptation is really one of the areas where there's not enough finance. Clearly, it's not easy to answer your question, is there something specific we're doing? In fact, probably the best answer would be to say we're scaling up all our range of instruments, from diagnostic, technical assistance, lending, investment lending, policy-based lending in climate finance. It's the best answer to say that, oh, we're developing one specific product. So all sectors, all units of the World Bank Group, we have this objective to do nearly half of what total we're doing. For example, MIGA announced this week, its intention to develop the kind of insurance product. MIGA is a guarantee to cover investors for virtual carbon markets. We are doing plenty of policy loans with some kind of private actions like a new carbon market taxonomy, a new type of financial instruments, a new policy tariffs, to try to change the price of energy. All these things, on plenty of investment loans, on the guarantees like the one we're doing with you. So it's more like a ramping up of everything we're doing, and we're learning by doing, right? There are a few specific instruments we're using for climate, like, for example, the Country Climate Development Report, CCDR, we have done one in Turkey, and was the base of our collaboration. We try to identify what the biggest challenges, opportunities, and reforms needed in the country to reach these goals. We also are running a few specific funds, but not many. Most of the funds in climate, the World Bank is more the host or the trustee. These funds, they have their own independence, their own accreditation, their own rules to select projects, right? For blending, concession, and finance. The latest one announced, again this week, was a new fund for responding to damages and losses. It's very new, it's very recent. And we cannot say what we are going to do, but we are going to be the host. So that's, in a nutshell, the kind of things we are doing. I could go long and answer questions, very pleased for that. Back a little bit to the topic of the day, right? Which is, for us, industrial sector is, of course, a priority because it's the largest source of emissions. I would say industry is probably 34% worldwide, right? It's not like to say light manufacturing is not important. Textile, food processing, electronics is also rising. Construction sector, building materials, housing, real estate is also a big emission. So, but it's in services as well. I would like to point out maybe tourism and transport are very hard to abate sectors as well. So these are kind of our priorities, and we're trying to develop a new framework approach, policy toolkit, because it's not like Turkey will be very different from Brazil or India in terms of which are the sectors of firms, which are the biggest emitters, which one you should target. Is it more SMEs? What are the sectors where you're going to have the most gain, right? Because of CBAM or other. What is your own national goals, own environmental standards? So it's something we're trying to decline and from one country to another came out from best practice. Back to Turkey on your project. A few remarks maybe I would like to make, because first we're super happy about the collaboration. In fact, it's probably the first project. This one is, you'll explain us, of course, in details. Focus more on innovation, about how to help SMEs to decarbonize, use better sense of energy, reduce the energy. It's probably the kind of thing you'll find in any policy toolkit these days, and valid for most countries, right? It's not to say you can replicate, but there are a lot of positive lessons to learn. I know it's a new project, 1 year old, but you already have some kind of lessons. And if you look at what's happening in India, Brazil, and other big middle-income countries, you'll find a lot of common areas. So it's a very important, your success is great for us, but it's also going to be very important for other countries. So we're very happy about this collaboration. The key thing is, I think, the coordination between all the agencies and the ministry, of course. The second point, don't worry, I'm not going to exceed more than 4 minutes. This $450 million is only one that I was looking at today, this morning. There are 5 active projects very close in the same area, right? You have, I can quote a few of them. You know them probably better than me. But you have, for example, accelerating the market transition for distribution of energy. You have the industrial emission reduction project, the green export finance guarantee, the Exim Bank, and the green finance project, the fund of fund for greening, for private equity venture capital. All these projects, in one way or another, are going to be accessible to the firms, right, which are your client. Whether they're big firms or SMEs, they're not always the same targets. But if you put all that together, and a lot of these projects have been approved only less than 6 months ago. Most of them have not even started to disburse. But we're speaking here about $2.4 billion. And I'm not even looking at the pipeline of projects, because there are more coming, which will be funded by the World Bank, which proves that for us it's really a momentum. We want to continue and expand. That automatically raises some questions or challenges. One is the coordination between all these projects. How to make sure that the same firm you are targeting can benefit of all these different projects. Because there are many other development banks involved, right? Many other agencies. So it makes the equation more complex, but also it raises the stakes, right? You can get much more. The second observation is some of these projects, including this one, by definition, include a lot of, how to call it, smart subsidies, soft loans, very subsidized, which are probably needed, because otherwise for innovation, for SMEs, it would be difficult for them to, given the market condition, macro conditions in Turkey, right, to be able to go to full market size. But at the end of the day, and we see that in other countries, the question, one of the challenges will be how to leverage more of private market resources, or if you want to diminish per firm the level of needed subsidy. We see this trade-off in many countries. An equivalent project in Brazil is using much less of subsidies. Of course, you'll tell me the lending conditions from the banks are very different, much more favorable, right? But it's one of the challenges we're facing. And the last 2 observations is maybe, I was thinking in some other countries for firms, again, the target, right? Industry. We're doing a lot of mitigation. How can we do more on adaptation? Because firms are directly exposed to physical risk. This project is helping them on transition risk, of course, but the physical risk is also a serious issue and challenge for many firms, in particular in Turkey, right, with earthquake, floods, and etc. So we are doing, as a World Bank, probably a bit more in some other countries, adaptation front. We started very much at sovereign level, then we went down to households. For example, the first project ever done the World Bank was in Turkey. I like to say it because it brings me back 20 years ago when I was working in your country. We did the first project TCIP, which was earthquake insurance for housing in Istanbul. Okay, it's household, it's housing, it's earthquake. But we have done this kind of project for firms now, SMEs, to protect them and try to bring the insurance sector and reinsurance in public-private partnerships. And the last question is, what can we do also maybe, think about our own pipelines, on joint work, on the carbon markets, because many countries who are supporting now want to develop the voluntary carbon markets as a huge, great incentive for firms to issue less, right? If you can benefit on how to monetize your reduced emissions, carbon markets is one of the good ways to do that. So for example, we're working in many countries like now, Indonesia, Brazil, India, South Africa, Kenya. I would say we're working probably now in 15, 20 countries. It was just a few ideas for thoughts for maybe future collaboration. And I'll be very happy to answer your questions. I'm sorry, I tried in 10 minutes to cover both, which is of course a shortcut. But again, I'm very happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chiquier, for these valuable explanations. And thank you again for your good compliments about the Turkey Green Industry Project. Now let me give some more detailed information on behalf of the implementing actors. I am a manager in TÜBİTAK, so I will talk about the activities that we have achieved in TÜBİTAK first. For this program, we actually devised 3 calls. The first call is for mentorship support for SMEs. In Turkey, there are almost 3.5 million SMEs, and the ratio of SMEs to all other countries is 99.8%. So it's a huge ratio. Turkey is a SME dominant country. That may be nice, but the worst side of this case, this information, is that the awareness of SME companies are very low when we came to green transformation. So we thought that it would be useful for the SMEs if we put a special call for the mentorship support to SMEs, so that they can review their business models, they can review their input and value chain, and then products and services. So for this target, we accredited 25 solution partners. The solution partners have green transformation professionals in them, and via these professionals, solution partners will help SMEs to prepare their roadmap to have a successful things in green transformation studies or activities. This call has $25 million budget. It's a huge budget. Currently, we have almost 200 applications. They are happy, but it's a new kind of call, so the companies should get accustomed to apply to this call. The second call is for green transformation in the industry. It's a support for scale-up activities of companies. As TÜBİTAK, my department is Technology and Innovation Funding Department. So we carry out a lot of support programs. We support many SMEs, and most of the time they successfully complete their projects. They successfully achieve their technical targets, but we see that they are not that much successful in presenting their products to the markets. When we investigate why this is not the case, we saw that the companies need more support for scale-up activities like pilot production, like certification, like demonstration. So we thought that it would be nice for the SMEs if we devise a new call for scale-up activities. So the second call is for this one. We have 3 calls for this. We announced 3 calls, and in the first call we received 162 applications, and we announced the results. 84 of them are positively evaluated. The budget for this call is $126 million almost. And the second call is again for a special case of the companies. When we look at the green transformation and green energy, renewable energy projects, we saw that they follow a long roadmap. They have to consider from one side to the other side, beginning from raw materials, from suppliers to the customers' side. So it's a low chain of value. So the multidisciplinary studies and many activities, many actors should be involved in the project. So the third call is devised as the consortium applications. Only consortiums can apply to this call. And until now, we opened 3 calls again for these consortium applications. We received 18 consortiums, and we saw that in the applied consortiums, really there are really big funds. In one consortium, there are 32 participants. Even customers and universities are in the consortium. And the biggest budget in the program is for this goal. The maximum budget for the application is $10 million. It's really a serious budget in Turkey's size. And yeah, in TÜBİTAK we have only these 3 calls, but for the while working with World Bank, while working for reimbursable support, it's a good experience for us. We learned many things, especially we prepared a new regulation for reimbursable financing. We renewed all our financial structure, because before World Bank our support was grant support. So grant support is very easy, you know, you give the money and you forget. But if the funding is reimbursable, you give the money, but you should take some part of it back. And the other part is, for the first time, we implemented environmental and social due diligence issue for the World Bank program. In our previous support programs, we don't have this kind of detail. So it's a new experience for us. We found new consultants. They are experienced in this environmental and social due diligence issues. It's a new and good experience for us also. For the COSGAP, on behalf of COSGAP, I'll give some small summary information about the COSGAP activities. COSGAP is the SME development organization of Turkey. As I said before, there are many SMEs in Turkey, and COSGAP only supports for SME companies because of their organization structure. They prepared 2 calls. COSGAP has $250 million, and they prepared 2 calls. The first call is for the investment expenditures of rooftop solar panels establishments. And the second call was about the clean and circular economy area, including energy efficiency, water efficiency, raw material efficiency, sustainable and climate resilient waste management, and in the industrial symbiosis and circular economy. Until now, they received 2,158 project applications. 1,031 applications are accepted. 550 are still under evaluation. So until now, they used $45 million to the companies. So as you see, we are at the beginning of program. This program is a 6-year big program, long program. We are in the first year, so we are at the beginning actually. But we see that it will develop. The outcome will be very nice, as we expected, as all of the parties are expecting. So we thank again the World Bank for initiating this program, for supporting this project. Okay, now that's all for the Turkey Green Industry Project. Now we will talk another. We will discuss in another chapter. It's again related with green transformation. There is a program that that Turkey is the partner of this program, GCIP, Global Clean Tech Innovation Program. Mrs. Olga Rataj, the GCIP program lead and associate industrial development officer of UNIDO. Mrs. Rataj, after a short introduction about yourself, could you please give some information about the GCIP program and the cooperation between UNIDO and Turkey within the scope of GCIP? And in this context again, you may provide us with some information about 2025 Global Clean Tech Days organization.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So my name is Olga Rataj, as was already mentioned. And first, I would like to extend my appreciation and UNIDO's appreciation to TÜBİTAK for the kind invitation to this event, and also for the collaboration on the Global Cleantech Innovation Program. TÜBİTAK is a very reliable partner, and the project management team is very engaged and leading the way among all of the countries in the Global Cleantech Innovation Program, since we have 16. So I would like to thank a lot for that. And also I would like to congratulate Mr. Shikir and also TÜBİTAK for the very ambitious project. I was amazed by the numbers that you shared in terms of investment committed. So our program is much smaller in terms of investment committed by the Global Environment Facility, yet I believe it has a strong impact, and I will talk about it during my presentation. So moving to the first slide, I would like to introduce UNIDO so that you have a broader overview of what we are doing. So UNIDO is the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and our mandate is to support the inclusive and sustainable industrial development. UNIDO has three priorities, which is the facilitation of the sustainable supply chains, limiting climate change, and also climate change adaptation, as well as ending hunger. So the Global Cleantech Innovation Program falls mostly under the climate change priority. And what we do is to support cleantech startups and SMEs through provision of acceleration support, so entrepreneurial acceleration support, as well as investment facilitation at a later stage. But here we are talking mostly about angel investors and venture capital. And also another objective is to support the development of the entire innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in Turkey. GCIP supports 7 categories of technologies, which are listed on this slide. So it's energy efficiency, renewable energy, waste beneficiation, water efficiency, green buildings, transportation, and advanced materials and chemicals. And also I would like to highlight that the idea is not to stimulate demand for this kind of technologies, but to embrace what is growing locally, which kinds of innovation are growing locally. In a bottom-up manner. So it's also aligned with the country's circumstances, such as, for example, natural resource endowment and others. So we are also open to accept applications in other technology areas. This is just for orientation for entrepreneurs to understand better which kind of technologies we support. But this is not an exclusive list. GCIP is a global program. It's funded by the Global Environment Facility, and recently we also received some funding from the Green Climate Fund for Lesotho and Egypt. And the total program value is around $30 million. And currently we have 16 countries in the network, and some requests for joining were also received from additional countries, but these projects are still under development. So as you can see, we support entrepreneurs across continents, so South America, Africa, Southeast Asia, Central Asia, and Eastern Europe. And the GCIP So the Global Cleantech Innovation Program has 3 components. So as I mentioned before, the core of the program is the support to startups and SMEs. So it's provided under Pillar 1. But equally important is the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem development, which falls under Pillar 2, and I will talk more about it a bit later on. And finally, we have Pillar 3, which enables collaboration and exchange of knowledge between all of the countries within the program, in the spirit of South-South collaboration. So under Component 1, we provide acceleration support, and there are also different kinds of support offered depending on the level of development of the company. So we start with pre-acceleration activities, which are offered to very early stage teams, for example, students or some research teams that have an idea to develop their solution into a business proposition. Then we have a main accelerator, which is for more advanced ventures that already have a team established and first idea developed. Here we provide support in strengthening the business models and financial models of the company. Then we have an advanced accelerator for companies that graduate from the main accelerator, and also other companies which are at the later stage of growth. And finally, we have a global accelerator, which is a bit different approach, because here we stimulate demand for specific solutions in collaboration with companies and utilities that define the problem that they have, and then call for specific solutions from startups and SMEs to solve this problem. And this is a global call open to all of the countries, not only those ones included within the program. Regarding ecosystem building, so as I mentioned, it's a second critical part of our program. And it's based on an understanding that there is a need for collaboration and engagement of several stakeholders needed to support the startups and SMEs and to provide conducive conditions for them to grow. So it's not enough to have strong internal company characteristics, but there must also be circumstances within the ecosystem to support the growth of these companies. So here we prepare, for example, different knowledge products for policymakers. We provide also capacity building workshops to public actors, ministry employees, and we also connect to investors and try to enhance their understanding of clean tech and of the risks associated with investment in such early stage innovative ideas. We also disseminate knowledge about best practices worldwide to the countries included in the program. And finally, we conduct a global forum, which is a highlight of the program during the year. And this is an event when we invite all of the entrepreneurs that participated in the acceleration, also policymakers, investors, and Tubitak expressed willingness to host the next global forum, also called Clean Tech Days, in Turkey in 2025. So we are very grateful for that, and we are looking forward to this event. Regarding the impact of the program, so as I mentioned, it's multifaceted. So mostly the program aims to contribute to climate change mitigation. So this is a basic requirement for the entrepreneurs to have GHG mitigation potential. We don't focus so much on adaptation, and our main focus is GHG emissions reduction. But we aim to also achieve other co-benefits, such as job creation, gender mainstreaming, and integration of the ecosystem actors. And what we have achieved so far, we have accelerated more than 260 companies. throughout the recent 2 years. 70 of them are women-led. We also developed more than 10 policy frameworks for government officials, and more than 500 hours of trainings were provided to the entrepreneurs, but also to the mentors and judges that accompany the entrepreneurs throughout the process. And here I would like to share a picture from the Cleantech Days last year. So you can see the entrepreneurs that joined us, and I have to admit it is a major source of motivation for all of us. And you can also see in the picture a lady from South Africa that came with her baby, so it shows the level of commitment to the program. And finally, I would like to introduce one company from Turkey that was supported by GCIP. The company is called Micro Hobbyist, and they developed natural biopesticides as an alternative to chemical pesticides, which can increase the yield productivity and is also environmentally friendly. So with that, I would like to finish my presentation and also invite everyone to the Cleantech Days next year in Turkey.
Thank you for this nice presentation, Mrs. Rataj, and thank you for accepting our Global Cleantech Days 2025 to be held in Istanbul. We hope that we will be a good host for the program. Thank you. We discussed two nice green transformation programs currently active in Turkey, the World Bank Turkey Green Industry Project and UNIDO Global Cleantech Innovation Program. We completed our session, our panel with, I thank you by our panelists very much. If we have any questions, we'll be happy to answer. Yeah, please.
I was been there when the Green Industry Project has released, and I can see that it has created a great motivation in the industry. So as World Bank, what is your expected outcome from Turkey in carbon emissions, and do you have any plans for giving more funds for more projects? Thank you.
Thank you. As I said, since this project was approved by our board in 2023, we have already brought to the board of the World Bank 3 more projects, right? So on reducing emission, one is really specific, another one, and each of them is big ticket size, right? 500, 600 million, right? So another one is on energy, changing the energy sector completely. We have also launched this fund of fund for VEPC, to have equity for some of these companies. The size for the equity is not the same small SMEs. It's more large type of new startups who have ambition. And we have very importantly this export guarantee with Exim Bank and 4 banks, which is, I think, super important because it's a natural complement match to the same SMEs which are getting these soft loans, right, from these projects. Some of them are going to be exporting to Europe, and they'll need to leverage the finance. So the important thing for us is to build a synergy, right? Now, I know the pipeline of new projects is even bigger on touching upon smart cities, for example. Some of the SMEs are very important there. So I don't have a full picture. We have a document we call the CPF, which line up the future activities of the World Bank in the country for the next 3 years. I can see that a lot of projects are going to be still building space around climate finance. Not all of them for firms. Some are going to be more for cities. Some are going to be more through the financial sector. There's much more to scale up, honestly. But I would say, at first look, we have this ambition of the World Bank, even for this fiscal year, to have 45% of all the lending we're doing will guarantee the same in the climate space. And for Turkey, clearly we're above. So there's no danger on that side, but we're going to reduce the momentum. which one is going to be the next breakthrough, hard to tell. I gave you two ideas. I'm not just crossing my mind. One was on the carbon markets. I think it's super important that you can also, your firms can have this incentive, right, to monetize the reduced emissions by carbon markets. And there's a lot of competition now for many countries trying to put the legal regulatory system. On that side, we're helping on country base and on a global base, because you don't have yet the global architecture to reassure the integrity. When I say integrity of carbon markets, I mean financial integrity, environment integrity. There's been a lot of setback and disappointment over the last 2 years. So we work on global space, on country space. On the other one, it's an open question for you. Adaptation for first. How to protect resilience, how to protect the firms against the direct physical risk consequences of floods, of earthquake and things like that. It's something we have not done yet in Turkey, I feel. I hope I gave you in 2 minutes answers.
Thank you. And is there any other questions? You? No? Okay. So I think that's all. Okay. Thank you for your attention. Yeah, thank you very much.
distinguished panelists, and esteemed guests, welcome to our session. I would like to salute you with all due respect in there. Today, the subject of the session is the Voices for the Planet, a Turkish youth-led dialogue on the climate change. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am a law student. I'm a senior law student. I'm based in Istanbul. I'm actively working on the carbon offsetting and carbon credits on the solutions in the climate change. And credits features as well, the verification, the independent verification, and also I'm working in these areas. I would like to introduce the panelists as well. First of all, I would like to start with Burcu Uzeyroğlu as well. She is a great environment passionate, and also she is a senior environment engineering student and have a double major with chemical engineering. She wants to work in energy area. Burcu, I would like to ask you about what is the Turkish Climate Envoy mission? Could you give me a short description about that and give me the infos?
Dear participants, welcome to our panel. It's a great honor for me to be here today as the voice of young people. Every university in Turkey, there are many climate ambassadors, and we are here representing them. As climate ambassadors, we are here to share how young people can play an active role in this climate change. We bring their ideas to climate issues and help spread their ideas. I'd also like to highlight this point. Today is special for us because we are meeting during World Children's Day week. With the support of UNICEF, it's very valuable for young people to be able to raise their voices on climate change. We are here to show how young people can be a powerful force in this fight. COP29 is a very important opportunity for us because here young people can share their ideas and their present their projects and work on solutions for our future. As climate ambassadors, we participate in panels, visit pavilions, and build a strong communication network. We are also here to raise awareness about the climate crisis among young people. Protecting the environment and achieving climate justice are our priorities. Just like our friends who represented us at COP28 in Dubai last year, we are also working to successfully represent our country this year. For example, ELKOY held in Turkey this year provided a platform where young people could freely express their ideas. It was one of the biggest and most impactful events we have organized in recent times. Şeyma will share the details of this event with us. As I end my words, I'd like to thank the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change for making today possible. The Ministry listens to our ideas, supports us and ensures that we are part of the decision-making process. Being here today shows that Turkey includes young people in its climate policies. I would like to thank everyone who contributed to making this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Burcu, for your great presentation as well. And then Şeyma. Şeyma is a very interested person as well. Şeyma doing master on the Bolu İzzet Baysal University on environment engineering, yes. She was doing many works on the wastewater management and for 2 years, and then she is actively working on the climate change related issues about the circular economy, isn't it? Yes, okay. Şeyma, could you describing in a widening perspective of the youth climate envoys,
Hi. First of all, it's an honor to be here. So I would like to talk about Alkoy Turkey and what it means for young people. Alkoy stands for Local Youth Conference. It's a platform designed to involve young people actively in the fight against the climate crisis. With their innovative ideas and dynamic energy, young people work on climate change and sustainability issues. The main goal of Alkoy Turkey is to increase young people's participation in the climate policies. While doing this, it aims to raise awareness about sustainability and help develop leadership skills. At the same time, it ensures that young people's ideas are heard and encourages them to take important steps for social change. And also various activities to help young people become more aware of the climate crisis. These activities include workshops, panels, discussion sessions, and seminars. In these events, young people address critical topics like energy transformation, sustainability cities, and green economy. For example, we collaborate with many people on our university's project related to food waste, water footprint, and circular economy. By working with young people from different fields who have not previously shown interest in these topics, we reach a wider audience. At the same time, we raise more awareness. This way, they not only gain theoretical knowledge, but also combine that knowledge with practical solutions. One of the most valuable aspects of Alkoy Turkey is that it provides platform for young people to make their voices heard on national and international levels. Climate change is a problem that concerns the whole world. So it is important to be in contact with people from all over the world. In these events, young people go beyond just being participants. They have the opportunity to offer suggestions to the decision makers, influence climate policy, and share their ideas with a wider audience. For instance, we also attend COP29. At such large events, we have the chance to meet with young people from different countries and create a global impact. So we actually built a network. We meet and connect with people who work in different fields, and this gives us a fresh perspective. We are 6 people here, each of us studying different fields and working on different projects. We exchange ideas and collaborate in this process, giving us a network. Our experience here not only contributes our personal development, but also allow us make contributions to our society and the world, because we share everything we have learned, our experiences, ideas, observations, with as many people as we can. Long story short, young voices empowered to create real change in all over the world. I hope that the involvement of young people increases in the climate crisis solution process and in all over other solution process. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you for your great presentation as well. I would like to emphasize this points as well. The Shema and the Burcu has emphasized strictly on raise the awareness. They raise the awareness about the young people. They educate the young people, and the older ages become more and more conscious about the climate change as well. The climate change issues must be worked on in educational basis as well. This can be achieved with the going to COP29. This be going to achieve maybe in many educational activities as well. Thank you for your presentation as well. I would like to pass for the Nazia. Nazia is very important for us as well. She is the climate ambassador also. She is a junior in the English learning faculty student and has a minor with international relations. It's very interesting as well. She is very passionate on the sustainable development goals, isn't it? The sustainable development goals is very interesting. Be developed, but reach the net carbon zero emissions. How can we achieve the SDG goals with the youth participation? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Talib, for this great introduction. So it was warm and awesome. So, as my friend stated, I will talk about SDGs and what is the relation between SDGs, climate change, and how we are, as young people, contribute to this issue and what we are doing about this field. So, as all you know that there is 17 SDGs that we need to reach until the year of 2030. And of course, we are working as globally for these issues to be reached. And you know, the 13th clause is climate crisis. And when you have a first glance over it, you can think that there is just one clause about climate crisis among the all SDGs, but it's not. The other 16 clauses are mainly comes from the problem of climate crisis. When we have a little pave in the climate crisis, it will affect the all other 16 clauses, and we will have a pave in the other aspects like gender equality, peace, and integrity with the other corporations. And that's why we are, as the young people, are mainly focusing on sustainable development goals in Turkey and working about this field. And also the other reason we feel that the SDGs are inclusive about the climate change issue, because it points out several issues related with the climate change instead of just basically focus on climate change and economy. And actually, the works that we have doing in here as the climate envoys and all the things that we are doing in Turkey for creating awareness, as my friends and Talib said, because the awareness and visibility is the main focus of the SDG goals. We would like to let everyone know about it, because until everyone knows it, we can't reach or do something about this issue. So actually, according to the research, we've seen that the things that we are doing as the young people in Turkey come to a solution and shows some outputs, because at the year of 2017, according to the research, there were 38% of the young people at least heard about SDGs. But when we come to the year of 2024, this rate increased into the 50%, which is really promising for us to the future implementations that we're going to do. And for moving with the specific things that we are doing in Turkey according to the SDGs, we can easily give every single thing that we are doing here as the climate envoys at the COP or ELCOI in the name of the climate envoys, because we are telling it to everyone. And besides that, there are United Nations Sustainable Development Goal hubs in universities. And at these hubs, we are also still doing research about climate change and the related issues with it. And instead of it, there is a really important progress in the universities at the other parts, because the deans and faculties are working about creating more sustainable campuses and universities for students. So according to this, we have university sustainability offices, which is really great for raising awareness among it. And besides it, UN-funded projects and the other kind of researches like our friends do, according to the research, the master's subjected on climate change has in a really tendency to the increase. So it's really great and promising for us to see that how many people are interested. Also, it's really great to see that many faces here listening us and are having a glance over what we are talking and what we are doing. Because if no one cares about it, if no one listens to us, we can touch it. And we have so many faces here, which is really promising and really feeling relieved for us to be seen. And besides that, actually, this is the first mission of ours as the climate envoys, to be seen, to be heard, and to be raised awareness about this issue, to taking more young to involving it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I have a great presentation as well from the Nazia. Nazia, I would like to emphasize the SDGs aspects on the not only deal with the climate change, it's deal with the climate change related issues like gender equality, like the human rights, like the animal rights. It's a very important about the SDG. SDG is not sufficient to emphasize the climate change alone. It's like related to any other human aspects of the world. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation as well. And then pass the Tunç Then we see the Tunç. Tunç is a senior bachelor bioengineer of AGÜ in Kayseri. He is a very passionate member of Youth Envoy of Turkey. He is actively working on bioeconomy solutions for the climate change. It's very important for me as well. Tunç, I would like to ask about what is the role of the younger generation on decision-making mechanisms in climate change, and what is the current studies of scientific about these issues as well? Could you describe us to lawmakers and the other things that is related to climate change? Okay.
Thank you, Talib. Thank you for everyone for your participation. So, in Turkey, young people are not only aware of climate change, but they are also active leaders in this fight. According to some research, the 84% of young people assume climate change to be human-induced issue, and 17% emphasize the importance of protecting green space area and using renewable resources. And the awareness encourages them to make sustainable choices their individual lives, and also provides foundation for leader secretarial moments. The young people, their awareness of climate change into action and carrying out the effective projects on both and national and international levels, even join the decision-making process. Like climate ambassador, my friends mentioned about it, but the programs is so important for the young people join the decision-making process. In the last September, in the Alcoy Local Conference of Youth, we write the under 13 subtitles, and this shows the young people to be part of the decision-making process. The second one is local youth concerns, and many municipalities have established council to increase young people participation in decision-making areas. The second question is in terms of the scientific research, the young people also study environmental friendly projects. When we look at in terms of the bioeconomy and circular economy, this area is so important, the climate change. For example, the production of biocomposite materials from agricultural waste. These materials replace the conventional plastics and offer sustainable alternatives for energy and agricultural sectors. Another example is plastic-eating bacteria. Some students explored potential of bacteria that can degrade plastics and aim environmental pollution and support the waste management process. And biogas is play crucial role for reducing the greenhouse emissions and support the circular economy. Some students try to develop a system provides biogas from wastewater while utilizing the resource organizing fertilizers. And also I am studying right now finding the best sustainable location for biogas facility. This research is important because maximize energy production efficiency and sustainability. Those are the projects not only contribute to the environment but also affect the green economy in Turkey. As a result, participation of the Turkish youth in decreasing making mechanism increasing, and the role of the carrying out the scientific researching, the fight of the climate change will be successful.
Thank you, Tunç. Thank you. It's a very great presentation, and many thanks from you. Tunç, you are emphasized the scientific findings. You have used the calculation for the 17%, like this calculation. This is very important to make the climate change and net zero carbon emission solidly. It's not from the, maybe that's a sloganic, more sloganic form there. But we can see the scientific findings. We can raise the awareness about the scientific findings, and then we can act, and we dialogue the climate change. Thank you for this points to emphasize, and I would like to pass finally to Kamil. Kamil has a startup as well on the solutions of climate change. He is a businessman. Kamil also senior business administration engineering in Bahçeşehir University in Istanbul. He believed that climate change can be tackled with individual and social efforts. Individual to social. It's a very great idea. Kamil, I would like to ask you, what is the working areas of students that is developing on the climate and sustainability after the graduation? Give me first of all this answer, and I would like to ask one more question.
Firstly, I would like to start with high school, because my journey has started in high school. I am from the southern parts of the Turkey, in the Mediterranean side, and when I was in high school, there used to be huge forest fires, and in the mountains our waterfalls has dried, and I said, okay, there's a problem in here, and finally my teacher has just opened a documentary in the class and saying that the North Pole is melting, there's a really big storms in America, and I said, okay, we have to stop this, and I have talked with my teachers, and there's some support mechanism in Turkey, like we have TÜBİTAK, it's a science office in Turkey, and we made some science fair about this, and we created some nature ecosystem, some closed ecosystem to show to people that how our nature is actually sensitive. So in the end, we created an aquarium, a big aquarium, and we told them if we fold the balance in here, it will be some consequences. And then I also continue with the TÜBİTAK's programs. We also have...
I'm interrupting you, but I would like to ask you the other questions. Mm-hmm. What is the state incentives about the climate change? Could you describe us for all the guests as well? This is a very interesting topic.
Yeah, well, actually, from our perspective, the youth is really important in that stage, and we are really thinking that if youth has created something, some innovations, and some also new technologies, it will be the best solution to fight against climate crisis. Because we are effective, we also know how to act fast, and because of that, we are thinking that the new technology and the youth is really can solve the problem. And I want to just show you the stage that I'm taking it, but I guess it's not working. Yeah, it's not working. I can just...
It's not working?
Then. We have Technofest in Turkey, and in Technofest we are creating some technologies, especially in the airfield and like the software, hardware, and I was into farming. And I started a project in vertical farming with the Technofest competition, and I created a good stage in the Technofest, and I said, okay, I have to make it as an entrepreneurship program. And then I attended to various of the entrepreneurship program. And there's also some support mechanism too. We call it TÜBİTAK Big. It is a project to invest for the student entrepreneurs. And this is actually the most important projects for students, because our money is limited because we're on a budget as students, and we are thinking with the early stage investment we can reach it. And I created my own startup in accurate agriculture industries. We are creating some vertical farming based containers in the urban city core, and we are created some software and hardware to make it more efficient. And also there's a good ecosystem thanks to that support mechanisms, like Emre, our current climate envoy, has created his own startup in media sector. He's making some news about climate crisis, and also we have good opportunities because of that support mechanism. Turkey is becoming an attraction center in the region, and there's too much climate-based startups that we can fight. Like I can give the example of Fatma Nur. Fatma Nur also made his internship in the Carbon Gate. It's about the carbon strategy startup. So that is the startup part, but it's also we have the foundation part too, because youth can do something together, not just single, not just startups. We also have foundation to take our voice to our guests. So I created the Genç Katılım Foundation. It's like the youth attendance foundation as English. And also like Fatma Nur is working on Roots and Shoots. And it's also about the climate. So we have too much good opportunities and too much startups and too much charities. And I can say that Turkey is a really good opportunity for both of startups and both of charities. And we are really would like to see you in Turkey. And also we are want to see you in the COP31 in Turkey too, in Antalya.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your contributions as well. When I'm hearing from you unionizing, it's come to me an old quote from the Latin as well. E pluribus unum. It's e pluribus unum is meaning to be solid and be unionizing. It's very good to see you, the youngsters, has been in the solid and be with the cooperation and collaboration in there. It's very good. Your story also is very inspired from all of them as well. Thank you for the contributions, and dear panelists and distinguished guests. We have ended this session as well. If you have any questions, you can ask after the session expires. Thank you for your attendance.
Clara, and I'm the head of secretariat at ICAP, the International Carbon Action Partnership. ICAP is a partnership and a forum that brings together more than 40 governments worldwide that get together to jointly work and implement emission trading systems. And today's topic and today's discussion, which will look at global ETS developments, carbon border adjustments and country preparations of Turkey, is pretty much at the core of the work that we do at ICAP. Just as a quick note of context to provide a bit of background on today's discussion, as we all know, carbon pricing policies and especially emission trading systems are increasingly at the forefront of decarbonization efforts and are increasingly occupying a central role in countries' decarbonization strategy. If we look at carbon pricing broadly, we see that we have 75 forms of carbon pricing policies implemented in different countries as of today. These 75 carbon pricing initiatives cover almost a quarter of global CO2 emissions and are almost equally split in numbers between carbon taxes and emission trading systems. What we are seeing lately is also an increasing momentum in the implementation of especially emission trading systems in key emerging economies. We know that Turkey has taken significant steps in the introduction of an emission trading system, and we will be hearing more about that in a second. But at the same time, key emerging economies such as China and Indonesia have recently launched emission trading systems, and other key emerging economies such as India, Turkey again, but also Brazil and Colombia are looking at the introduction of an emission trading systems in the coming years. So it's important to take stock of where we are with the implementation of emission trading systems and what might come next. At the same time, it's also worth keeping in mind that that process can come with challenges. One key challenge is the need to protect competitiveness and carbon leakage under emission trading systems and under carbon pricing more broadly. And one of the key developments that we saw in the last couple of years on that front was the announcement of the introduction of a carbon border adjustment mechanism in Europe. But since then, and since Europe has announced the introduction of their CBAM, so their carbon border adjustment mechanism, we see that other countries are following that example. The UK, for example, has announced that they will introduce their own CBAM in the coming years, and we also see a lot of discussion and interest in the introduction of border carbon adjustment measures in the US, in Canada, in Australia, and in other countries as well. So we will use the next 45 minutes more or less to talk about these topics and see, first of all, where we are with implementation of carbon pricing in different countries, but then we will also look at what is happening in Turkey more specifically, and we're really grateful for Turkey for hosting this discussion in their Turkey pavilion. And we will then also look at the implementation of border carbon adjustment measures and what might come next on this front. I'm really lucky because I will be able to discuss these topics with an excellent set of panelists, and I would like to invite on stage Kaan Morali, who is the head of the carbon pricing department at the Climate Change Directorate of Turkey. Kaan, please join us on stage. I would also like to invite Dirk Weinreich, who is the head of the department for the Climate Act and emission trading at the Federal Ministry for Economy Affairs and Climate Action, BMWK, in Germany. And last but not least, I would also like to invite on stage Amanda Luna, who is a principal manager at Carbon Trust based in Mexico, but working across Latin America and internationally. Please join me and welcome our panelists with an applause. Dirk, I would like to start with today's discussion with you, and I left you my spot on the podium. And given that a lot of the international discussion on carbon pricing and CBAM was originated by the European Union announcement to introduce a CBAM, I wanted to ask you if you could provide a quick scene-setting presentation on where Europe is with its climate strategy, what CBAM will be about, and also how CBAM will fit into Europe's broader strategy. I think you have a few slides which should come up on screen in a second, and up to you if you want to do it from here or from the podium. Thank you.
Well, good morning to everybody. I'm honored to be here as I was last year, I guess, in the Turkish Pavilion. It comes to be customs, kind of nice customs to be here. Yeah, I was supposed to present some slides on the functioning of the CBAM, especially, and maybe we start with the first slide to give you a bit of a background on the EU emissions trading system. As most of you may know, that the ETS1 covers emissions in industry, power sector, intra-EU aviation, and since recently, our recent reform now also maritime transport, national routes, and also 50% of the international voyages from and to EU harbors. The emissions covered by this reformed and expanded ETS system were reduced by 48% compared to 2005. So it's really a success story in Europe, our ETS system. And as I said, with the Fit for 55 package, we had an increased ETS1 reduction target. It means that our cap is reduced with a double speed compared to former times. And this requires that our free allowances that we gave to our producers and others under the ETS to address the risk of carbon leakage has to be substituted by a new instrument. And this is the so-called carbon border adjustment mechanism. So, to give an overview on the system shortly, the objective is to be our new instrument to prevent carbon leakage, to ensure the effectiveness of our very ambitious climate policy. And the main principle is that we extend the existing carbon price for our producers within the internal market to imports from other jurisdictions in order to align the incentives of foreign producers to those of our domestic producers. That way we aim to create a level playing field. The focus is at the first beginning on basic materials in the carbon intensive sectors. That is mainly to say cement, iron, steel, aluminium, fertilizers, electricity, and hydrogen. Shortly about the timeline, there will be a transitional period which is also has already begun from October last year until December of next year, short enough. At that time, nothing has to be paid at the border, but the declarants, the importers, submit quarterly reports on the total embedded emissions in their products, in their imported products. And we will see how this functions. In another forum, I just said it's a big experiment to introduce a CBAM. We have to see what are the problems, and then also some adjustments could happen after this transitional period. There is, in general, a gradual phase into the CBAM from January 2026 on. That means all those registered declarants have to register, and all those declarants have to declare annual verified emissions in their imports, and then they have to surrender CBAM certificates. And the CBAM levy is reduced by the carbon price that is paid abroad. That's very important to know. So if other states have own emissions trading system or taxes, carbon pricing measures in place, they can deduct the price that is paid abroad from this free allocation. And it will be a quite smooth phase-in. We start in 2026 with still having 97% of free allocation in the EU. That means only 2.5% CBAM levy has to be paid. In 2030, this turns around that free allocation is reduced by roughly a half, and then also half of the CBAM price has to be paid. There will be, as I said, then a definitive phase from 2034 onwards. Then the CBAM is fully effective. There will be no free allocation distributed in the EU anymore, and so the full price has to be paid by the importers. So coming to my, I hope that's the last slide to cut the matter short for discussion. Just to once again highlight how this calculation of the CBAM carbon border adjustment price would happen. On the reported embedded emissions, you can deduct the emissions that are still covered by free allocation in the EU. This is important, in the EU. Yeah? And then you multiply this with the amount of goods, these emissions, multiply it with the actual ETS price. There you get the sum of your CBAM allocation you would have to pay, but if you have an effective carbon price in your country, that is paid in your country, you deduct this price also from the CBAM obligation, and so you come in the end to the effective carbon border adjustment levy that has to be paid. With that, I think I hand over to the panel, and thanks for your patience.
Thank you, Dirk. Thank you for the great scene-setting presentation, and I want to go to Can next, as we just discussed, and I also mentioned this in my opening remarks. The EU was a front-runner in the sense that it was the first group of countries that launched an emission trading system, but since then many other countries followed. As of today, we have 36 emission trading systems in place globally, and about 20 more that are either under development or under consideration. One of the key frontrunners in this next wave of emission trading systems is Turkey, which is actively working on the introduction of an emission trading system. So I wanted to ask Can, in light and in recognition of the significant effort and progress that Turkey has made in the implementation of carbon pricing instruments as part of its mitigation target, could you provide a quick overview of the approach that Turkey has chosen to establish an ETS, and what the upcoming pilot phase will entail? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, it is my pleasure to host this event. And with the ICAP in the past, we have made so many important studies, and really they are supporting us to make our international cooperation with all ETS in sectors. Also with the annual report of the ICAP, we are closely following what is going on in the world regarding the ETS structure in the world. Actually, you know, in our COP, in the Leaders Summit in the first day, our president announced that our climate law, it's hoped that our climate law will pass from the parliament this year, and we will start next year. It is a it's a prediction, it's a target. With the emissions of the 2025, our target is to start the pilot phase of the emission trading system. But as I said, first of all, the climate law should pass from the parliament, and then we can continue with the secondary legislations. In any way, as Turkey, in our all strategic plans, in our all targets, we have give an important place to our emission trading system. Actually, we have submitted our long-term strategy, and in this long-term strategy, we announced that ETS will be the key structure to mitigate for our climate change mitigation purposes. In our NDC, First National Determined Contribution, we announced that there is a 41% emission reduction target we have. And in this context, we have revised our climate change mitigation action plan and all related action plans, annual plans of our ministry. And we announced that especially by giving the first priority to the CBAM sectors, we are focusing on developing our emission trading system. Why CBAM sectors is important for us? Because we have our trading volume with EU is high. When we consider these CBAM sectors, this volume is really high when we consider our export and import numbers. Therefore, by first now we are making all technical coordination with our all CBAM sectors. And we have since 2015 we have an MRV system, monitoring, reporting and verification system. And in this system almost 90% of the emissions comes from these CBAM sectors. Indirectly electricity sector, iron steel sector, cement and the fertilizer sectors are the main priority of Turkey. And Turkey's last submitted national inventory report state that there are 550 million about emissions of the greenhouse gas emissions of Turkey, and almost half of the emissions we are following as Director of Climate Change. Half of the emissions coming from these MRV sectors. And among the MRV sectors, 90%, almost 90% is the CBAM sectors. Of course, not all produce CBAM goods, these goods directly imported, exported to the EU, but as I said, there is a big volume, trading volume for CBAM. Also, we are, after EU's Green Deal Action Plan, we have prepared our Green Deal Action Plan, and according to the action plan, there are some working groups with all stakeholders of the Turkey. In addition, as I said, in the pilot phase, our focus is the concentration on CBAM sectors, and in the MRV sectors, as I said, this for the monitoring and reporting, there is a good practice from our side, but we had to change this practice to do product level verification in our country, because you know, in the CBAM also the reporting will be made by product level. Therefore, in our ETS now we are making some technical studies to change our verification system, like the free allocation regulation of EU, a product-based activity level verification. In order to introduce this verification, we are making some technical studies in this regard. My wording is like that for this section.
Thank you so much for the great overview. And we'll come back to that in the Q&A that will follow the panel discussion. I wanted to go to Amanda next, and yourself and your work at Carbon Trust focus on working with companies, governments, and other stakeholders on carbon pricing in Latin America more broadly. So I wanted to ask you to give us a sense of, I mean, first of all, where we are with the carbon pricing implementation in Latin America, but also how this discussion on CBAM and border carbon adjustments more broadly is felt and perceived in the region. Thank you.
Yes, many thanks, Stefano. And first, I wanted to thank the government of Turkey for inviting me to this panel, as well as the ICAP Secretariat. And I'm really pleased to be sharing this scene with such a renowned panelist. So I work at the Carbon Trust, as Stefano mentioned, and the Carbon Trust is a global consultancy with the mission to accelerate the move to a decarbonized future. And in that sense, what we are doing with the public and the private sector is to help them understand what carbon pricing is and how they can use it as a tool to achieve their NDC goals or their sustainability targets in the case of corporates. To give you like a more practical example of what we have been doing, I'll go to touch on the landscape in Latin America. So Latin America has, we've seen governments that have decided to implement an ETS. I'm happy to say that Mexico is one of the first countries that has been moving forward towards the implementation of the ETS. We already finished the pilot phase of the emissions trading scheme, and we're moving forward to the full operational phase. And similar to Mexico, other countries in the region, such as Colombia, Brazil, Argentina, and Chile, are also considering the implementation of an emissions trading scheme. We've also seen governments implementing a carbon tax, which is another type of carbon pricing instruments. So we've seen Mexico again, who has implemented a carbon tax, Colombia, Argentina, Uruguay, and the carbon tax has also brought a combination with the voluntary carbon market, because some governments have seen an opportunity to raise revenue from a carbon tax, but at the same time promote the development of offset projects that could generate carbon credits that could be used to offset the carbon tax. And some successful example of this can be seen in Colombia, who has developed the voluntary carbon market in the region. And how the Carbon Trust has supported these governments and the region to advance is firstly to raise awareness, because I think when jurisdictions or when companies are presented with the idea of a carbon price, it's hard to understand. So the first thing that we do is to basically raise awareness. And then we start moving towards capacity building, because that is one of the key challenges for implementing carbon pricing. You have to understand well the policy. You also need to enhance your technical skills, because you will need an MRV system. You will need to have compliance and oversight to make sure that the policy is working well. And at the same time, we also need to work with who are going to be the stakeholders involved in a carbon price, and then I'll go to what we do with the private sector. And this is quite related to CBAM, and as Stefano was mentioning in the beginning of this panel, competitiveness is one of the key concerns when the industry hears about a carbon price. So by the time we start raising awareness with the private sector, we also support the dialogue between the government and the private sector, or the industry that is going to be regulated by this carbon price. And that has shown to be quite successful, because you make the industry understand what can they obtain from a carbon price. They need to see it not only as an additional cost to their production cost, but rather as an opportunity to make their processes more efficient and at the same time reduce greenhouse gas emission and achieve their sustainability targets.
Thank you. I have a few follow-up questions for each one of you based on what you just discussed, but knowing that time is short for this discussion, I also wanted to check if anyone in the audience has any question for the panel. Yeah, I'll come to you with the microphone.
Hello. Yes, of course. My name is George Christidis. I'm with the Canadian nuclear industry, and I had a question just in terms of the public discussion that you're aware of around some of these issues. In terms of, in Canada, for example, we're hearing things like cost of living issues and concerns. Any insights in terms of how the different publics or stakeholders in the variety of countries are considering, these mechanisms?
Thank you, and a really good question. Who wants to get started? Maybe Dirk, based on the EU experience with just transition and maintaining support in society for carbon pricing. I think, especially in the context of the EU ETS2 and the Social Climate Fund, I think that is at the core of the policy design.
Okay, I don't know whether it was a question mainly to the EU, but maybe we should, as we have the most strict system as far as we see in the world, which will be, and I did not mention it we will expand this system also to households and transport. And that means that soon the citizens themselves will feel relative directly the costs. The ETS2 will be is a system that is not based on millions of car drivers emitting, but based on those who sell the fuel for the cars or for the heating system. But it's clear they pass through the price to the consumer. And that means we will have, from 2027 on, when we operate this system, in Germany we already operate it, but with a relative moderate price, which does not affect citizens too much. But from 2027 on, the pricing will be free. So it will be under a tight cap, which is going down, as in the ETS1, that it's clearly we will have a significant price. And that means that we will have to address the effects on citizens by at least providing a compensation for those parts of our population who cannot afford high prices. Yeah? If you would compensate everything, then we risk that there's a price spiral. That means under a given cap, if everybody got full compensation, nobody has to do anything about the new heating or a more efficient car, then nothing happens. The cap is still there and the price is going up because somebody has to reduce. And that means we cannot compensate everybody for everything, but we will, and we are looking into this in the EU now, definitely compensate the most vulnerable households. And of course, we will do also a second thing. We will combine the compensation with transformative measures. So you will get money if you buy a new heating system, if you choose a new, mainly hopefully electric car, things like that. These will be the programs, but we are fully aware this is a sensitive issue in the EU, and something needs to be done. One last word, if you allow. What is also always a good policy is against high prices to have so-called complementary measures in these ETS sectors. That means in transport we have measures that we set through electric mobility. Yeah? That we, in households, we have programs that already finance the switch to better heating systems, to better dam the houses. And so this might help, of course, to keep prices not coming too high. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything you want to add, Amanda or Khan? Otherwise, we can also move to another question. But, okay. Please.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, my question is you can answer anyone, I don't know. But issue is because Turkey is also one of the countries in front of the eyes of the world regarding the carbon emission issue. But you see, as a role, who is the causing for the carbon, mainly carbon spread in the world, is the industrialized countries actually, such as, for example, and they are using the nuclear power plant in France, 59 in Germany, 39 nuclear power plants, for example, and there is nothing in Turkey is yet any nuclear power plant. And but when measures coming to regarding the carbon emission issues is always the Turkey is becoming in front of the eyes and always getting sometimes we are getting criticized, etc. Is there any prejudice regarding these issues for the countries who are not industrialized? Not only in Turkey, for example, Africa is paying too much price for these issues because so many restrictions are coming regarding the carbon emission issues to these countries as well, which is not relevant actually the whole continent. Also, Turkey, a very same situation is now. We are paying the price because of the restrictions and regulations, but as a Turkey, but the other countries are also actually causing the carbon emission. Do you think that is there any the prejudice or to countries such as Turkey? Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll see who wants to take that question. I mean, as a quick consideration in response to that, I think it's worth keeping in mind that measures like CBAM, for example, are a way for Europe, in this case, to take responsibility for emissions that happen outside of their borders, right? Because through CBAM, European consumers will also pay for emissions that are associated with their products, but that do not happen in Europe, but might happen in Turkey, in China, or in other countries as well. But I'll see who wants to add and.
Yeah, thank you very much. I can make a short. I can give a short response to you. Maybe after this side event, we can discuss later. Yes, this is a general issue. Our side event's topic is the carbon pricing, but this your raised issues is very important. And now in the negotiations, most of the issues you raised are being discussed between the parties. And so far, there is no big solution. There is no big answer for your questions. Of course, these are the discussions coming from the 30 years ago, 40 years ago, and they are still being discussed, as I said, in the negotiation tables. Here, as I said, the Paris Agreement has a bottom-up structure, and in this bottom-up structure, each party has a responsibility according to Paris Agreement. These are common but differentiated responsibilities, we are saying that. According to capacities of each party, they are submitting their NDCs, their long-term strategies, and in this strategy paper, they are addressing how can combat the climate change. Therefore, of course, you raise also nuclear energy. Also in our energy plans, nuclear energy has an important plan. Why we are doing this? We are trying to lower our emission intensity by constantly CBAM effects, by considering our targets. Also, we have a net zero target in 2053. 2053, we have a net zero target announced by our president. Therefore, according to the capacity of each parties, they are submitting their plan. And these issues, my opinion, are still being discussed maybe 5 years later or 10 years later.
Yeah, I just want to, I think it's a complex question to answer. And from the Mexican perspective, being also a developing economy, it's not like you have to pay the price for a developed country to continue emitting, but it's rather like a policy to incentivize that developing countries keep advancing and setting climate goals, as it has been mentioned, like common responsibilities, because every party signed, not every, but the parties that signed the Paris Agreement have this commitment, and each is establishing their own NDC. So I wouldn't see it as like developed countries just passing over the price to developing economies.
Okay, also from my side, a few words. First, maybe on the nuclear question, we don't see it as a solution that nuclear would help us to with the energy transition. We don't see the costs of nuclear would be too high, so we don't recommend it to others. We know that we still have some nuclear plants. We have a clear phase-out plan in Germany. Of course, France sees this different. You may know Turkey will have to make their own choices, but we definitely don't recommend nuclear as a solution of energy transition. The costs, the social costs, especially for the storage of atomic waste in the end, is too high. Okay. The second question that I now only got right from the answers of my colleagues is that you were asking whether indeed we with the European CBAM would impose costs of emission reduction to other states. But we feel that this is not the case. First thing is every state under Paris committed to do ambitious targets. Some of the industrialized countries committed to do more. We as the EU do more. And as a part of that, we need to ensure that not our industry is going out to states, to other countries where emissions are not regulated so strict, and then all the advantages that we reach in the EU would be lost by transferring emissions to the other country. So in the past, we did this by preventing our industry from going outside with the production of the EU to countries where there are loser caps or no caps, not such an ambitious policy. We prevented, we gave them cost-free allocation to prevent the risk of carbon leakage. This will come to an end because we are now, as we committed to Paris, to net zero, we have become so ambitious that our cap will not allow within the next years to continue cost-free allocation. So we needed a new mechanism to prevent carbon leakage, to protect our ambition. And that is the carbon border adjustment. It's clear we make importers pay. Also now, so production from foreign countries to be paid for the embedded emissions, but in the end, they will pass on the price to the European consumer because it's either goods which are produced in the EU by our producers or foreign goods imported in the EU, but all realized in the internal European market. So the price in the end is paid by the European consumers. You could not say that victims of climate change will have to pay our debt. That's not the case. And we see that this is a mechanism which only takes away a deficit maybe in the past if people were allowed outside to produce with lower climate protection conditions, and they had an advantage. And we take, of course, what we are taking now, we take away this advantage. And this is maybe the background of all these complaints we hear here in this conference. But we see that it's clearly an environmental measure. It's part of protecting our ambition as we were asked. We were asked to be ambitious. The EU is ambitious. And we need this mechanism. And we are fair. We allow everybody in other countries, if they have an own pricing system, we do deduct the pricing from our price. Yeah? And if also they have other effective policies in place that lead to lower emissions embedded in the products imported, we will also recognize this because everybody can submit own verified data of the embedded emissions of their goods. Thank you.
Thank you. We are quickly running out of time, but I wanted to check if there's any final super quick question. Yeah, I'll come to you. Oh, thank you.
Hello. Hi. My name is Humberto. I'm a reporter with Opus, part of Dow Jones. My question is for Mr. Eyüp and for Amanda as well. There's been a trend in countries setting up their carbon markets UK post-Brexit, but also CBAMs. UK is establishing its own CBAM. Australia is looking at the same. Stefano mentioned this earlier. But I'm curious, for Mr. Eyüp, do you foresee Turkey ever proposing a CBAM of its own? And for Amanda, what do you see a trend in countries setting up a CBAM after they set up their carbon schemes? Thank you.
Thank you, really good question. Let's try to keep the answers relatively quick. Can, let's start with from you.
Okay, thank you very much. A quick response to you. Of course, when we introduce the carbon price and when we deduct, when we cancel the free allocations in the system, then there will be a gap. And in this regard, there should be a CBAM system for each country, including Turkey. This is my technical opinion in this issue. Anyway, we should have to find a solution for this.
Yes, and from the Americas perspective, both the U.S. and Canada have mentioned a CBAM. And in Latin America, I was in a forum this summer where we were discussing whether it should also be like developing countries or countries that have big forest cover that could like charge more for products that are produced with deforestation, zero deforestation, or with like sustainable measures. But yeah, there's also a trend in the Americas.
Thank you for that. And I'm afraid we're running out. Oh, Dirk, do you want to add on that?
Yeah, maybe two short words. Of course, we see a need of international coordination on all these questions around pricing and coordination and CBAM and things like that. But that's also why we made this offer as Germany with a so-called climate club, which is open to every country to address things around how to raise ambition, protect this ambition, and nevertheless giving ways to do that either the pricing route or with other measures. And therefore we offer a coordination forum. And of course, in the long run, it would be the best that we all have at least a minimum carbon price, but we will not, we cannot force other countries. The thing is, the CBAM, of course, is a slight incentive, because every country can decide, do we want to pay the price at the border, or do we want to collect money in our own country with an own pricing system, which, by the way, then also helps to reach net zero. And the thing is, carbon pricing is really a thing we believe that is very helpful if you want to reach net zero targets. And so that's also a reason why we see this tendency, and we are glad that Turkey is proactive on that, and others, Mexico already was, and Brazil were mentioned. Of course, we are happy that other states think about also using carbon pricing to help us all to fulfill our net zero target that we have in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Dirk, and that was also a great way to bring us to a close. I'm afraid we're running out of time and we'll have to close the discussion. But I wanted to thank you all for coming, first of all, but also for keeping the discussion so lively and interactive. I also wanted to thank the panelists for the excellent job, and please join me in thanking them with an applause. Big thanks also to Turkey for hosting this discussion. It is slowly becoming a tradition and almost a yearly appointment, as we have done this for a few years in a row now. It's a good thing, because this discussion is obviously fast evolving and always and constantly changing. So we're looking forward to meeting again a year from now to taking stock of where we will be by then, and we will encourage you to join us again for a similar discussion next year. With that, thank you all, and we'll close the event. Thank you. Yeah.
new session. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to you all at this session under the COP29, that climate conference. We have about more than 30 minutes, and I would like to open the panel that prepared under the General Directorate of Combating Desertification and Erosion. Firstly, I will deliver a brief presentation before the speech. Then the speakers will give their presentations. Now, with your permission, I would like to proceed with my presentation about combating desertification and erosion. Here you see the content of my presentation. Yes, the institutional structure and mission, national strategic plan, I will say about it, and the role of international process, works on monitoring natural resources, activities of ecosystem restoration, development of carbon sinks areas, research and development activities, and lastly, I will talk about CHEM Academy. Under the mission title, I want to say the mission of our directorate as developing strategies and policies for effectively combating desertification and erosion, soil conservation, land degradation, neutrality, and enhancement of ecosystem resilience. And with this, combating the effects of climate change through national and international cooperation and coordination. Yes, why is desertification is important? Now we are in climate change summit, and here everyone knows the effect of the climate, and the climate change affects the air, the water, and land. Especially the land degradation is in our aim, in our target. Desertification and land degradation currently threaten more than 100 countries, directly threatening approximately 2 billion people living in arid or semi-arid areas. The effect of these issues are felt more severely because of climate change and drought. Yes, in our directorate, we just finished the National Strategy and Action Plan. Our National Strategy and Action Plan for combating desertification has prepared for the period of 2024 and 2030. And we just distributed officially to all related stakeholders and NGOs and other related places. The strategies, goals, and actions to be undertaken in Turkey on the fight against desertification, as well as along with the duties and responsibilities of stakeholders, have been determined. Here is the cover page. Our General Directorate has served as the focal point for the United Nations Conventions to combat desertification and has monitored policies and international process on behalf of our country. As you know, there are 3 UN resolutions on environment. One of it, now we are in it, the Framework Convention on Climate Change. And the other one is Convention on Biodiversity, and the other one is, as you know, the Convention to Combat Desertification, UNCCD. And the next one, the next COP, is 16. We'll start at 2 December in Riyadh, about 10 days. Yes. In other work, our work is the sharing experiences. We share our country's experience and know-how in combating desertification and erosion, as well as in afforestation and soil conservation with all interested parties through international training that we organize. In that context, international training courses on combating desertification have been regularly organized each year for the countries of Central Asia, the Balkans, and Eastern Europe and Africa. As of 2024, 1,170 experts from more than 100 countries have been trained on topics such as desertification, erosion, and land degradation neutrality. I will say the names of some monitoring system we used in next slides. And here you see the regions we studied, we worked, and we shared our experiences. And here now we are in Azerbaijan. I want to show the number of countries and participants that we share our experiences with Central Asian regions. Yes, here. This is the number of participants in the Central Asia and Caucasus. Yes. In addition to international studies, I would like to briefly mention our efforts to combating desertification and erosion in our country. The first of these activities is the monitoring of natural resources, which we particularly emphasize. In this sense, we keep our monitoring systems dynamic and up the table to monitor change in land cover, monitoring of soil loss due to erosion, identification of areas prone to desertification, and the LDN decision support system, all of which we consider integrated together. I would also like to share with you some details about LDN decision support system. Monitoring of the change in land cover, monitoring soil losses due to erosion, desertification vulnerability map of Turkey, and land degradation neutrality. Within the scope of the land degradation neutrality initiative, we have developed decision support system, DSS, in collaboration with FAO, and two experts from FAO. After me, they will explain their studies, Mr. Jeremy and Ms. Evetta. And we studied with them for effective monitoring of land use and change. We have periodically monitored all the lands in Turkey and have prepared a guide for planners and implementers to enable stakeholders to fulfill their responsibilities. As designing the decision support system, that LDN indicators set by UNCCD were taken as the basis. And the system works at custom scale, and beside the 3 indicators determined for monitoring LDN, it can be conducted using the other 8 indicators, either individually or together. And here you see that steps of that system, and we have so limited time. I want to give many knowledge so briefly. Besides this, our General Directorate carries out activities to protect the soil, combat desertification and erosion, reduce the loss of life and property, and mitigate the impacts of climate change. Here, you will see about more than 500 projects about floods, avalanches, monitoring the land degradation and others, about all ecosystem. And here you can see, as you can see on screen, some photos of erosion, avalanche, and flood control projects our directorate made and now continue to observe the site. The details of this work can be seen in our website. And after this, I want to say one more thing about our works, our studies. The only way to achieve carbon neutrality is to offset our remaining emissions through carbon offsetting or to increase afforestation projects, which is one of the most powerful methods we have for reducing greenhouse gas levels in the atmosphere. Turkey has determined the year of 2053 as the year of net zero emission. And net zero emission development will help Turkey achieve its economic goals and protect nature and people against the effect of climate change. Here I want to see you some photos. This photo has just taken from Ankara last week, and we have started a new area, that carbon sinks that we have just started in Ankara, as I said last week. And one more picture. This is one from Aksaray Gülaş Demirci carbon sink area we studied, and the other one from Ankara Polatlı carbon sinks area. My friends are currently planting thousands of saplings in the soil. These projects, carried out with the public budget within the borders of Turkey, contribute to mitigating the effects of climate change worldwide. The widespread use of international funds and collaboration opportunities for such projects, which are considered to provide global benefits, and the expansion of their usage possibilities will be beneficial for all humanity. And I want to say one thing more. Since our country is sensitive to desertification and erosion, and the fact that a large majority of it has arid, semi-arid climatic conditions, we have carried out RD projects on both the protection of soil and adaptation to climate change. With this project, I say, for example, you see some pictures. We aim to enrich the green spaces in our cities with local plant species and to adapt urban ecosystem to climate change. Main goals of the projects are these: climate change adaptive for combating desertification and erosion, urban landscape arrangements locally specific and not facing adaptation issues to environmental conditions. By preparing the land plan guide for urban landscape, we contribute to the protection and strengthening of urban green spaces by identifying woody plants suitable for the unique climate and ecologic conditions of each of our provinces. I think next year, at 2025, we will finish that project for all cities of Turkey. And lastly, I want to say, this is the cover page and the other page of that project. We have set many books, we have published many books for all cities of Turkey. And lastly, I want to say, we set a scientific committee consisting of experts in their fields was established. Effort have been initiated to establish working groups on combating desertification and erosion within universities. I would like to emphasize our country is always open to international cooperation within the scope of combating land degradation, neutrality, and climate change. Now, I want to give the microphone to the next speaker from FAO, Mr. Jeremy Schlickenrieder. Is it true? Yes. Mr. Jeremy currently holds the position of Natural Resources Officer specializing in climate change at FAO's Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia in Budapest, Hungary. And the time is so limited, I want to introduce to you. He will talk about FAO's regional and global efforts supporting climate action and combating desertification. Yes.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak here today, and thank you very much for the very interesting overview that you just provided. We'll try to complement part of what you already covered in the presentation. I'm going to give a relatively general overview, and then my colleague Aveta will go into more details on activities within the region and sub-region. So basically, and sorry, this is cut a little bit. I wanted to highlight, obviously here we're at UNFCCC at COP29, but as you were also highlighting in your presentation, the connection between both biodiversity, land degradation, so UNCCD, and climate change, because I think historically we've kind of operated or worked to some extent in silos, but we do see obviously that land degradation and soil more broadly is very important across the board for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, for achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement, for achieving the goals of the Global Biodiversity Framework. So I think you already laid the ground for that, but very much we are seeing obviously that agri-food systems are part of contributing to some of the issues we have with climate change, with biodiversity, with land, but also obviously very importantly for us, part of the solution. There's no actual route or way to achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement or land degradation neutrality goals or biodiversity goals without including and without considering the central role of agri-food systems. And that's also sort of the message we're bringing not only to the UNFCCC COP here, but also the COP just ended last month on biodiversity, and next month then also in Riyadh. This is kind of what I was just also outlining, obviously, that one of the issues we're facing specifically is not only recognizing the importance of agri-food systems within the context of dealing with biodiversity, climate, and soil degradation, but also, more importantly, recognizing that the prioritization that countries have engaged in and are reflecting in their NDCs requires then also delivering on those priorities, and that calls for investment and the mobilization of resources and finance to support actions on the ground. We see that only about slightly over 20% of climate finance actually goes to the food systems, and that's not representing kind of the importance of the food systems within this context. Also repeating a little bit that the main themes of COP16's taking place on biodiversity, on UNCCD and UNFCCC, and kind of across the board, that what we are taking to these COPs is the importance of sustainable agri-food systems and the importance of transformation to sustainable agri-food systems. Those systems that are resilient, inclusive, and also more effective for dealing with and contributing to the Global Biodiversity Framework, the Paris Agreement, and UNCCD land degradation neutrality goals. And I'm sorry, because the slides actually are meant to kind of be more interactive, but you will maybe be familiar with this coming from a publication from a few years ago, and it's really just to highlight the human-induced degradation. So then you were already showing some maps also regarding this, and the importance of this within the context, obviously, that contributing to soil carbon loss, so really also contributing to greenhouse gas emissions overall, also to biodiversity loss, reducing the resilience of agri-food systems specifically, and then the implications that has for food security and livelihoods more broadly. And as I was saying, very important to consider this in the context of the multilateral agreements that we've been discussing. So FAO's support on specifically land degradation is related to setting or supporting countries in terms of their target setting, then implementing also obviously providing technical support specifically on policy strategies that support dealing with land degradation, so sustainable land management, land use planning, drought management, very important, and improving the overall and enabling environment that can support dealing with some of the issues related to land degradation. And maybe more at a global level, FAO has supported the Sand and Dust Storm Coalition as a chair. Obviously, a quite important joint initiative is growing in importance and also linked to integrating the consideration of land restoration and drought resilience. FAO also hosts, as many of you will know, the Global Soil Partnership, which obviously is kind of bringing together countries and other institutions, academia, NGOs, civil society, really with the goal of enhancing soil governance and in line also with the priorities of UNCCD and land degradation neutrality goals. And doing this really also through exchange and capacity building, which I know Turkey is quite involved in as well. The focus is on different action areas, as you'll see at the bottom of this slide, and also working through the regional groupings that kind of come together to also respond to the challenges within specific regions. Our work in this area specifically, and I'll have Eveta go into a little bit more detail. So we're seeing quite, a number of countries, most of the countries that we work with, coming forward with ambitious targets regarding land degradation neutrality, and we're hoping to see some progress also at COP next month on this, with a number of countries coming forward with updates to those targets. We're also supporting action on the ground to dealing with land degradation, and obviously in terms of the reporting. And I think on the decision support system, we've already covered that in the previous presentation. So with that, I will hand back over to you, or yes.
Hi. Yes. Thank you to its presentation to Jeremy. And now we introduce Ms. Eveta Zenina. She will talk the title Land Degradation, Neutrality and Climate Resilience through Regional Action in Turkey. Eveta, a specialist with broad experience in climate change, natural resources and sustainable management, working as National Resources Officer on climate change in the FAO Sub-Regional Office for Central Asia, and etc. We have limited time. You can start. Thank you.
Çok teşekkürler. I hear myself so well. Thank you so much, dear guests. Yeah, I will continue very quickly and to give just more details on what we are doing in the region. Yeah, no, it's back. How to? Oh, sorry, it's a green one.
The green one for next,
yeah,
and the red one for back.
Yeah. So I would like to introduce, like, as you know, that FAO is a technical agency, so we have a vast majority of different tools, and one of them is global soil sequestration potential. This is actually a tool where you, like, globally you can calculate what is the potential for the country to do this carbon sequestration through the soil management, and I think it's quite useful, especially for the projects that you mentioned in Ankara, by developing the carbon sinks. We also mentioned before about this, our LDN engine tool that is based on the Google app, and I would like to share some examples for the Central Asia, where we produce the flyers analyzing the land productivity dynamics for the last 20 years. So I don't know, I don't think the quality is good enough here, but of course you can find it on our website if you follow the link. Basically, it's assessment of the, as I said, land productivity, and it's possible to see in what state and in what region there is different degradation level in the country level. Jeremy already mentioned that we have different approach, and I would like just to highlight that we try to combine in FAO enhancement of the national institutionalization of this action. We always say that the gaps or the vulnerability should be reflected in your national document that you submit either under the Paris Agreement or under UNCCD Convention. action, and this is the way for the country to signal what are the, like, let's say, natural resources problems in the country. So if you put in your national adaptation plans or your national determined contribution, then it will be easier to quantify the goals for the adaptation or mitigation actions, and carbon sequestration can be part of it. We do have a project. It calls Contributing to the Land Degradation Neutrality in the Upper Sakarya Basin for scaling up the actions at the national level. This project also combines exactly this approach where we focus on institutional activities together with the actions on the ground, and I will give some examples. So there are basically 4 components in this project. The first one creates the enabling environment to implement this action and strengthen this enabling environment, and it consists of the policy enhancement or different workshops and farmer field schools. The second one is more technical, and it is linked to the collection of the data through the, for example, decision support system that was mentioned before, and then we promote the actions on the ground, and this is the third and fourth component. So within the first component, we already did 8 farmer field schools training in the pilot project sites, and around 187 farmers were trained, and a substantial part of them are women, because of course the gender balance we always follow in our project. The second part, the second component of the project focused on the decision support system, and I would like to highlight which I find very important, that thanks to this system, we were able to submit the praise report using the soil's carbon sequestration maps. So it was, Turkey was the first country who was able to provide this data based on this DSS system. And then the final one of my favorite ones, component, because now we come to the ground, and here we were implementing different nature-based solution practices. For example, we did the high tunnels, we raised the beds, the food forest. It was also the activities on the basin approach, the crop rotation, and also I saw in your slide before on this soil conditional NRDT, and you could see on the picture what was the difference without implementation or with implementation. Drip irrigation also very important. It was on the previous slide. I will come back. Yeah, the drip irrigation or animal health, because as we know, the agri-food system, they're a complex system. That is why when we approach our projects, we pay attention how the ecosystems are interacting with the socio-economic analysis. And then also a small Uzbek from our little our little sister, let's say, Uzbekistan. We also have this JEF project, and the approach basically is the same. There are several components, but why did I choose? Because obviously we have in all Central Asian countries this land degradation neutrality projects. But why I chose Uzbekistan? Because this project actually contributed a lot to develop the legal system, legislative initiatives in the country. I know that Turkey in this sense is more advanced, and I think that it's a great opportunity for Turkey to share with Central Asian countries what kind of experience they have. So basically we prepared the draft law on reliable protection of the land rights owing to this project, and also law on pastures, because of course the pasture management and livestock is a crucial traditionally and culturally for Uzbekistan. We did also some afforestation activities. On more than 100,000 hectares, we piloted in Bukhara and Navoy provinces together with the Forest Agency. We did the afforestation and also reclamation of other lands in Uzbekistan. And of course, whenever we do some action, we do the publication to make awareness for other countries and for other ministries or agencies that are involved in the country. So with this, I think I'm on time. Çok teşekkürler and thank you.
Evet. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
For your presentation. Have a seat, please, here. And the last speaker is Kenan İnce. Kenan İnce is currently working as the head of Erosion Control Department at the General Directorate of Combating Desertification and Erosion in Turkey. He specializes in natural resources monitoring, erosion control, and climate change. His presentation name is Activities Carried Out for Carbon Sequestration in Turkey. Yes, please.
Mr. President, thank you. Dear participants, I greet you with respect. I would like to briefly inform you about what we are doing in Turkey in the field of carbon sequestration. Before I start, I would like to share the content of the presentation with you. Why is soil important? Net zero cities, sink area in combating climate change, inventory of sink areas, carbon credits, and voluntary carbon market. As the presentation shows, soil and water are the most important foundations of life. We are still dependent on soil for 95% of our food production. The carbon content of the soil is a key element in the overall health of the soil. Carbon in the soil also improves the physical properties of the soil by improving cation exchange. In the country we live in, all of humanity, regardless of its level of development, unfortunately has to face the climate crisis. Turkey is in a very sensitive position to climate change due to its location. For this reason, all institutions are working in a coordinated manner to achieve the global net zero emissions target set. Turkey has fulfilled its legal obligation and has set the year 2053 as net zero Turkey. As can be seen on the screen, net zero cities is a two-sided concept. While trying to reduce emissions on the side, it is necessary to increase the area of carbon sinks on the other side. As is shown on the presentation, emission sources such as industry, construction, traffic, and forest fires must be controlled. On the other hand, it is also necessary to protect, increase, and ensure the sustainability of swallows territories through afforestation, erosion control, improvement of pastures and wetlands. Although cities today cover only 3% of the world's land area, more than half of the population lives in the cities. In Turkey, this proportion has exceeded almost 90%. Despite a high urban population is perceived as development, it is also responsible for 70% of total greenhouse gas emissions. Since the gas in questions don't rise and spread rapidly from the area where they naturally arise, it is of great importance to keep them close to source. In this context, Turkey's net zero emissions target is also an essential part of our country's green development revolution. Dear participants, I would like to mention some of the studies that have been carried out for this purpose. The first of these studies is the endeavor to increase the areas of carbon sinks day by day. A legal regulation has been made in Turkey, and a tree planting event is organized every year under the name of National Afforestation Day, in which the entire public participates. In these studies, considering the fact that arid and semi-arid climatic conditions prevail in almost 70% of Turkey. Special importance is given to water harvesting techniques in the studies on carbon sinks in these climatic zones, as you can see in the picture. Sorry. In other study, in line with the net zero emissions target, the carbon sequestration capacity of forested areas such as agriculture, forest, and pasture areas, which are the most important land use types in Turkey, and whose carbon sequestration capacity was calculated, and parks in settlements were calculated based on the coefficients determined by the I3 method. For this purpose, the images obtained with the remote sensing method were processed and the forested areas were determined with a resolution of 10 meters. Subsequently, the necessary calculations were completed based on the determined coefficients. According to these evaluations, the extensions of approximately 100,000 hectares of green areas in settlements in Turkey was determined. The economic value of the carbon sequestrated annually in these areas is calculated to be $57 million. In addition, it was determined that there is an average of 12 square meters of green area per person in our country, which is the ideal area limit specified by the World Health Organization. Dear participants, another carbon sequestration research conducted in Turkey is the study to determine the principles and policies for carbon crediting and the voluntary carbon market. Our aim in this project is to propose practice for carbon sequestration in areas suitable for afforestation. Thus, the technical infrastructure for the voluntary carbon market in Turkey will be determined. Our aim is to establish the infrastructure for a valid and applicable carbon credit system at the national level in Turkey. In this way, we intend to spread practice that will increase Turkey's carbon sink potential. Thank you for listening.
Is it open? Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Ince. Please stay there for a while. I think we spent our time more than the planned, but maybe if there are any question for 1 or 2 questions, we can use 1 or 2 minutes more. If there, I think there is no question. Thank you very much for all speakers, for all presentations, and thank you very much for your listening. The decision. Yes, please.
Thank you.
Will you stay? Will you say anything? No. Thank you very much.
and zero waste practices in combating climate change, and how COP29's global targets in these areas can be supported. On that note, I would like to give the floor to our panelists. Let's begin with our session. Mr. Okan Bahrioğlu. He is the head of Zero Waste Implementation Department, Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. And floor is yours.
Teşekkür ediyorum. Sunuma başlamadan önce kendimi tanıtmak isterim. Okan Bahrioğlu ben. Çevre Şehircilik ve İklim Değişikliği Başkanlığı'nda Sıfır Atık Uygulamaları Daire Başkanı olarak görev yapıyorum. Bugün atıkların çevresel etkilerinden, sıfır atık yaklaşımımızdan, özellikle sıfır atık projesinin kapsamı ve öneminden bahsetmek istiyorum. Daha sonrasında ülkemizde iyi uygulama örneklerimizden, sonrasında da hedeflerimizden ve kazanımlarımızdan bahsetmek isterim. Dünya Bankası verilerine göre 2020 yılında yaklaşık 2.24 milyon ton 2.24 milyar ton belediye atığı oluşmuş durumda. Ve maalesef ki bu şekilde devam ederse de 2050 yılında 3.4 milyar tona ulaşması muhtemel. Atık miktarında %70'e varan bir artış söz konusu. Eğer atıklarımızı biz düzenli depolama sahalarına göndermeye devam edersek bunun kısa dönemde ve uzun dönemde etkileriyle karşı karşıya kalacağız. Bunlardan bir tanesi zaten alan kaybı. Geri dönüşümü mümkün olan malzemelerin kaybı gibi söyleyebiliriz. Yeraltı sularının kirlenmesi ve sera gazı emisyonlarının artışı diyebiliriz. Aslında sıfır atık yaklaşımında 5R kuralı dediğimiz kural var. Hepimizin bildiği azaltım, yeniden kullanım, geri dönüştür. Reddet, azalt, yeniden kullan, geri dönüştür. En nihayetinde de bertaraf et şeklinde bir hiyerarşimiz var. Sıfır atık yaklaşımımızdan biraz bahsetmek isterim. Türkiye'deki sıfır atık yaklaşımıyla aslında biz atıkların azaltılması, yeniden kullanımı, geri dönüşümünü amaçlıyoruz. Bu konuda insanlardaki farkındalığın artmasını amaçlıyoruz. Yine düzenli depolama sahalarına göndermiş olduğumuz atıkların azaltılmasını amaçlıyoruz ve dolayısıyla da kaynaklarımızın korunmasını amaçlıyoruz. Bununla birlikte tabii çevresel faydaları da var. Daha az enerji tüketimi, geri dönüştürülebilir ürünler kapsamında da malzemelerin, ham maddelerimizin korunması diyebiliriz. Onunla birlikte de bertaraf alanlarına göndermiş olduğumuz atıklardan kaynaklı olan çevresel kirliliğin önlenmesi diyebiliriz. Sıfır atık projesi 7. yılında ve 7 kıtada konuşulur oldu. 2017 yılında First Lady Emine Erdoğan himayelerinde bakanlığımız öncülüğünde başladı ve şu an 7. yılındayız. Burada bir zaman çizelgesini görüyorsunuz. Sıfır atıkta 2017 yılında başladık. 2018 yılında sıfır atık bilgi sistemini kurmuş olduk. Yine sıfır atık terimi ilk defa yasal mevzuata girmiş oldu. 2019'a geldiğimizde sıfır atık yönetmeliğini yayınladık. Yine sıfır atığa hizmet eden plastik poşetlerin ücretlendirilmesini gerçekleştirdik. 2020 yılında sistemin daha efektif kullanılabilmesi için 11 adet kılavuzu yayınlamış olduk. Yine 2021 yılında ulusal planlarımızda da yer aldı. 2022 sıfır atıkta uluslararası arenaya çıktığımız yıl diyebiliriz. Birleşmiş Milletler kararımız imzalanmış oldu ve Uluslararası Sıfır Atık Günü 2022 yılında imzalandı. 2023 yılına geldiğimizde de söz konusu karar kapsamında Sıfır Atık Danışma Kurulu kurulmuş oldu. Bizim sıfır atık yönetmeliğimiz 12 Temmuz 2019 yılında yayınlandı. Özellikle sıfır atık yönetim sisteminin kurulması, izlenmesi, atıkların daha efektif bir şekilde yönetilmesini amaçlıyor bu yönetmelik. Sıfır atık bilgi sistemi ile de atık verilerinin buraya girilmesi ve devamında sıfır atık yönetimi sistemini kuran kurum, kuruluş ve işletmelere de belgelendirme yapmak maksadıyla bu sistemi kurmuş olduk. Sıfır atık yönetim sistemini kuran bina yerleşkeler ile mahalli idarelere de temel seviye sıfır atık belgesi düzenliyoruz. 2022 yılında First Lady Emine Erdoğan ve Birleşmiş Milletler Genel Sekreteri Antonio Guterres arasında bir iyi niyet beyanı imzalandı ve 105 ülkenin ortak sunucu olduğu Birleşmiş Milletler kararı alınmış oldu. 30 Mart yine Uluslararası Sıfır Atık Günü olarak ilan edildi. Projenin biraz başlangıcından bahsetmek isterim. Biz projeyi pilot olarak bakanlıkta başlatmış olduk. Öncelikle masa altı çöplerini kaldırdık. Daha sonra kaynağında ayırma işini yapabilmek için farklı atık türlerine göre farklı konteynerler yerleştirdik. Sonrasında yemekhanede oluşan atıkları da, organik atıkları da değerlendirebilmek için kompost ünitesi yerleştirdik. Yine geri kazanılabilir atıkların geri kazanım tesislerine gönderilmeden önce biriktirileceği geçici depolama alanımızı inşa ettik. Ve personellerimiz tarafından getirilen atıkları da değerlendirmek için mobil atık getirme merkezini bakanlık binamıza yerleştirdik. Türkiye'de şu an kaynağında en az ikili toplama sistemi var. Tabii organik atıkların olduğu yerlerde de buna biyobozunur atıkları da ekleyebiliyoruz. Mavi konteynerlarda geri kazanılabilir atıklar, koyu gri konteynerlarda diğer atıklar, kahverengi konteynerde de biyobozunur atıkları yönetiyoruz. Yine atık türlerine göre biriktirme yapmak isteyenler için bu renk skalasını kullanıyoruz. Belediyelerde biraz bu iş nasıl oluyor onlardan bahsetmek isterim. Sıfır atık yönetim sisteminin altyapısı bizde belediyeler tarafından yönetiliyor. Kaynağında en az ikili toplama sistemini ve atık getirme merkezini kurmaları zorunlu belediyelerimizin. Bu kapsamda da çalışmalar devam ediyor. Bununla birlikte mobil atık getirme merkezleri gibi daha lokal bölgelerde daha fazla vatandaşa ulaşmak için çalışıyoruz. Biraz da iyi uygulamalardan bahsetmek isterim. Ekranda gördüğünüz fotoğraf İstanbul'dan bir belediyemizin atığını getir, puanı topla şeklinde çalışıyor. Geri kazanılabilir nitelikteki atıklarını getiren vatandaşlara karşılığında çeşitli puanlar yükleniyor kartlarına. Bu kapsamda çalışan bir iyi uygulama örneği diyebiliriz. Bu araç yaklaşık 13 mahalleyi geziyor ve tüm vatandaşlara hizmet ediyor. Haftanın 2 gününde geri kazanılabilir atıkları toplayıp vatandaşlara puanlarını veriyor. Yine Konya'dan bir örnek. Burası sıfır atık noktası diye nitelendirdiğimiz bir yer. Burada da aynı mantıkla vatandaşlar tarafından getirilen atıklar karşılığında kartlarına puan veriliyor. O puanlarla da çeşitli hediyeler alabiliyorlar vatandaşlar. Bizim bir de küreselde sıfır atık farkındalığını arttırmak için 3 adet projemiz var. Birincisi mültecilerin yaşadığı yerlerde oradaki sosyal uyumu sıfır atık aracılığıyla arttırmak için UNDP ortaklığında yaptığımız bir proje. Yaklaşık 3 yıl sürecek bu proje. Kilis, Şanlıurfa, Adıyaman, İzmir ve Hatay'da yönettiğimiz bir proje. Diğeri yine Küresel Çevre Fonu'ndan yararlandığımız kirliliğe karşı sıfır atığın hızlandırılması, ilerletilmesi projesi. Bu kapsamda da bizim Türkiye'den Kocaeli pilot ilçe seçildi. Bununla birlikte 5 ülkede küresel olarak proje yürütülecek. Bu da 5 yıllık bir proje, 2025 yılında başlayacak. Diğer projemiz de İPA projesi. Bu da yine UNDP ile ortaklaşa yürüttüğümüz bizim yerel yönetimlerdeki sıfır atık yönetim sisteminin güçlendirilmesi, teknik altyapının artırılması amacını taşıyor. Biraz kazanımlardan bahsetmek isterim. 2017 yılında başlattığımız projede 7. yıldayız demiştim. 7 yılda biz yaklaşık 60 milyon ton geri kazanılabilir nitelikteki atığı toplayıp geri kazandık. Bu geri kazandığımız atıklardan da 185 milyar TL'lik bir ekonomik kazancımız var. Geldiğimiz noktada 194 bin bina ve yerleşkede sıfır atık yönetim sistemi kurulmuş durumda. 22 milyon insana sıfır atığı anlattık, sıfır atığı ulaştırdık ve geri kazanım oranımız da şu an %35 seviyelerine ulaştı. Bizim 2000'li yıllarda ki geri kazanım oranımız maalesef çok düşüktü, %1 civarlarındaydı. Projemizin başladığı yıl olan 2017 yılında %13 ve geldiğimiz 2023-2024 yılları içerisinde de %35 geri kazanım oranına ulaştık. Hedefimiz 2035 yılında bu oranı %60'a çıkartmak. Ben çok teşekkür ediyorum dinlediğiniz için.
Mr. Bahrioğlu, thank you for your presentation. As you know, Turkey Environment Agency is responsible for deposit management system, and the system, one of the primary topics is this system. So, at this point, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Halime Sezer, Director of Deposit Management System. Yes, floor is yours.
Çok teşekkür ederim. Çok sağ olun. Şuna ilerliyoruz herhalde değil mi? Şunu geçeceğim. Tamam. Tamamdır. Herkese merhabalar. Halime Sezer ben. Türkiye Çevre Ajansı Depozito Yönetim Sistemi Direktörüyüm. Öncelikle ben biraz yasal mevzuatımızdan bahsetmek istiyorum. Yasal dayanağımızdan bahsetmek istiyorum. 2018 ve 2020 yıllarında Çevre Kanunu'nda yapılan bir değişiklikle bakanlığın belirleyeceği ambalaj türleri için depozito sisteminin uygulanacağı karara bağlandı, hükme bağlandı. Ve depozito kapsamına alınan ürünlerin de üreten, piyasaya süren, ithal eden ya da satışlarını yapan işletmelerin de depozito sisteminin kurulması, işletilmesine yönelik bütün idari, mali ve teknik anlamda yükümlülüklerinin olduğu belirlendi. 2021 yılında 7261 sayılı kanunla kurulan Türkiye Çevre Ajansı, yine aynı yıl yayımlanan ambalaj atıklarının kontrolü yönetmeliği kapsamında depozito sistem yöneticisi olarak tariflendi, tanımlandı ve 2021 yılı itibariyle de çalışmalarına başladı. 2021 yılı itibariyle başladığı çalışmalarda ilk olarak yasal düzenlemesini aslında yürürlüğe aldı. Buna ilişkin olarak da zorunlu depozito yönetimine ilişkin usul ve esaslar yayımlandı. Bu usul ve esaslarda aslında depozito kapsamına alınan ambalaj türleri belirlendi. Ambalaj ve ürün türleri belirlendi. Depozito sisteminin iki aşamasını oluşturan depozito bilgi yönetim sistemi ve depozito saha yönetim yönetim sistemi tanımlamaları yapıldı. Aynı zamanda depozito bilgi yönetim sisteminin Darphane ve Damga Matbaası Genel Müdürlüğü tarafından yürütülmesine ilişkin hususlar yine aynı usul esas çerçevesinde belirlendi. Yine depozito saha yönetimine ilişkin işlerin planlandığı depozito saha uygulama planının tanımları ve uygulama yöntemleri anlatıldı, belirlendi. Sistem kapsamında ambalajlar üzerine basılacak etiket ve barkod için hem özel güvenlikli mürekkep kullanımına ilişkin hem de etiket ve ambalaj özellikleri, yine ambalajların özelliklerine ilişkin de yine hususlar usul ve esaslarda yer aldı. Bunun haricinde sistem kapsamında yer alan tüm paydaşlara yönelik de yine yükümlülükler, görevler ve yetkiler tanımlandı. Aynı zamanda piyasaya sürülecek depozitoya tabi olan ambalajların uygunluğuna dair ambalaj onaylarının yine Darphane ve Damga Matbaası Genel Müdürlüğü tarafından yürütüleceğine dair hususlar yine usul ve esaslarımızda belirlendi. Depozito yönetim sistemi 2 aşamalı olarak öngörüldü. Bunlardan bir tanesi merkezi bir veri sistemi, ambalaj onayı, ambalajların kaydı, özel güvenlikli mürekkep kullanımı, mobil uygulama, cüzdan uygulaması ve makine ekipman temin tedariğini kapsayan depozito bilgi yönetim sistemi ve piyasaya sürülen bu ambalajların tüketim noktasından sonra geri iade alınmasına ilişkin süreçleri işleyen depozito saha yönetim sistemini kapsıyor. Depozito bilgi yönetim sistemi aslında veri, malzeme ve para akışının uçtan uca güvenli ve şeffaf bir biçimde izlenip yönetileceği bir merkezi veri yönetim sistemi. Biz bunu Darphane ve Damga Matbaası Genel Müdürlüğü ile beraber yürütüyoruz. Bu kapsamda depozito bilgi yönetim sisteminde ambalajların kaydı, ambalajların tescili, özel güvenlikli mürekkep kullanımına ilişkin etiket ve ambalaj üreticilerinin yetkilendirilmesi ve DYS logosunun DYS logosunun nasıl olması gerektiğine ilişkin süreçler yürütülüyor. Ambalaj ve etiket tescil işlemleri Darphane ve Damga Matbaası Genel Merkezi'nde Genel Müdürlüğümüzde kurulan ambalaj onay merkezi üzerinden yürütülüyor ve depozitoya tabi olan tüm ambalajların bu onay merkezinde tescil ve kayıt işlemleri tamamlanmadan piyasaya sürülmesi yasaklanmış durumda. Yine özel güvenlikli mürekkebe ilişkin yönelik etiket ve ambalaj üreticilerinin yetkilendirme süreçleri tamamlandı. DYS logosu ve barkodunun tasarım ve uygulanmasına ilişkin kriterler yayımlandı ve 2023 Temmuz ayı itibariyle de yine özel güvenlikli mürekkeple basılmış DYS logosu ve barkodu olmayan ürünlerin piyasaya sürülmeye başlanmıştır. Yaklaşık 2024 yılında da 15 milyar ambalajın DYS işaretli, özel güvenlikli mürekkepli, DYS işaretli ve barkodlu olarak piyasaya sürülmesi sağlanmıştır. Yine depozito bilgi yönetim sistemi kapsamında ambalajların kaydının yanı sıra bu ambalajları piyasaya süren firmalar ve tedarikçileri, etiket ve ambalaj üreticileri, DİM üreticileri ve yönetici modülleriyle ambalaj onay merkezi modülleri sistemde kullanılmaya başlanmıştır. Yine depozito saha yönetim sistemi kapsamında kullanılacak iade noktaları, satış noktaları, toplama, taşıma ve geri kazanım modülleri de kullanıma hazır hale getirilmiştir. Burada da etiket ve ambalaj özellikleri, barkodun özelliği, özel güvenlikli mürekkep ve baskı kriterleri görebilirsiniz. Yine sistem kapsamında DYS işaretini kontrol ederek doğrulayacak ekipmanların geliştirilmesi de tamamlanmıştır. Kontrol doğrulama donanımları tüm veri güvenliğini ve güvenlikli mürekkebi kontrol eden ekipmanlar olarak da sistemde kullanılmaya başlanmış ve depozito iade makinalarıyla entegre bir biçimde çalışmaya başlamıştır. Depozito iade makinesi üreticilerine yönelik de ön yetkilendirme ve tescil kriterlerimiz belirlenmiş ve kılavuzlar yayınlanmıştır. DBYS üzerinden yine depozito bilgi yönetim sistemi üzerinden yetkilendirme süreçleri devam eden bu DİM üreticilerine yönelik de 29 adet DİM üreticisinin sisteme kaydı tamamlanmış. 13 firma ön yetkilendirme almış. 6 tane de firmamız 9 farklı ürünü için tescil işlemlerine başlamıştır. Aslında burada 6 tane firmanın da tamamı yerli olup aslında biz bu çalışmayla yerli makine donanım kapasitesinin geliştirilmesi ve yurt içi üretiminin teşvik edilerek yerli üretiminin artırılması da sağlanmış olacaktır. Yine depozito bilgi yönetim sistemi ile entegre olacak şekilde depozito mobil uygulaması geliştirilerek test devre ortamında uygulamaya alınmıştır. Tüketicilerin iade noktalarında kullanacağı uygulama. Yine mobil uygulama ile eş zamanlı olarak e-cüzdan altyapısı oluşturularak mobil uygulama entegrasyonu da tamamlanmıştır. Depozito yönetim sisteminin ikinci aşaması olan saha yönetim sisteminin de paydaşlarına yönelik bütün modüller oluşturularak kullanıma hazır hale getirildi. 2025 yılı içerisinde biz asgari makine ve altyapı kurulumuyla sistemin yaygınlaştırılmasını planlamaktayız. Saha operasyonlarının tüm adımlarını takip etmek için depozito saha uygulama planı hazırlanarak zorunlu depozito yönetim sisteminin ulusal ölçekte yaygınlaştırılması için bu plan doğrultusunda hareket edilecektir. Sistemin yaygınlaştırılmasına yönelik pilot uygulamalar kapsamında da il ve ilçe merkezleri olmak üzere marketler, AVM'ler, otel, restoran, kafeteryalar başta olmak üzere 2000 noktada depozito iade makinalı, otomatlı iade noktaları, yaklaşık 3-5 bin tane de manuel iade noktasının oluşturulması planlanmakta. 5 yıl içerisinde de 30 bin iade noktasının açılması hedeflenmektedir. Aslında zorunlu depozito yönetim sistemi hem merkezi veri takibi ile uçtan uca izlenebilirlik, teknolojik altyapının kullanımı ile otomatize edilebilirlik, sıfır atık ve döngüsel ekonomi ilkelerine uyumlulukla emisyon azaltımı, yüksek kalitede geri dönüşüm ile çevresel, sosyal, ekonomik ve küresel anlamda katkı sağlayacak bir yönetim sistemi olacaktır. Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you for your presentation. Our next guest is Mr. Rade Glamazic, and from DAI Global, which leads numerous projects on circular economy and sustainable consumption and production in our country. Yes, Mr. Glamazic, what are the concrete outcomes of the work you carry out in our country and other countries on issues such as zero waste and circular circular economy? And how do you think it can contribute to sectoral transformation?
Microphone? Is it working? Now it's working. Thank you. So first of all, I would like to thank the ministry for inviting me, and I want to say that it's a privilege and pleasure always to have a presentation in the Turkish pavilion. It's also opportunity for us to present our company, who is doing major work throughout the world. In every given moment, we are working in more than 100 countries of the world, trying to bring sustainable development to these countries. And especially in Turkey, we are in the last 10 years, we implemented 18 projects, of which more of them are in environmental sector. And I had the privilege to work with the Ministry of Environment and Urban Planning for the last 8 years. We started work with low carbon development project, which actually paved the way for Turkey to sign the Paris Agreement. We worked on implementation on industrial emission directive, which actually brought to principal industries like industry of ceramics and industry of glass, new technologies which also introduce circularity. And currently we are working on circular economy project, which actually has the purpose of creation of the national circular economy strategy, which is the crown of our work, I would say, in Turkey in the sector. This national circular economy strategy is bringing a set of very concrete goals in major sectors like plastics, like sector of packaging, sector of textile, which is very developed in Turkey, then construction, which is also a big sector impacting the Turkish economy. And this national circular economy strategy will bring 6 concrete goals and more than 50 concrete actions which will be implemented in the next period, and which will bring propel all these activities of zero waste and other activities to the sustainable development of Turkey. In regards to concrete benefits which will Turkey have from this national strategy, these are benefits of resource efficiency, which will bring more efficient use of resources, and thus also it will be lessen the dependence of Turkey for the imported raw materials, and also it will be diminishing or curbing the waste which is generated in Turkey through the different industries and also households. When we talk concretely, what are also different actions which will be taken? First of all, it was done, let's say, calculation of the circular economy rate of Turkey, and also models for the modeling and for the follow-up of the circularity rate increase in Turkey is set. Currently, the circularity rate of Turkey is 4.5, which is it's a modest number, but I think that it's a real beginning, and that Turkey, with dedication of all the partners, will bring this to the at least to the something which is a European average of 12. And the difference of the European countries, which this average is currently lowering down. In Turkey, we see the progress of the circularity rate. With this circularity rate, another aspect which is introduced is a roadmap of single-use plastic, which will intend to fade out this material from Turkey, meaning to bring to the industry new technologies which will replace this material, and for consumers to have some sort of renewable or reusable options to have. In the construction sector, it's very important to mention that with this strategy it will actually how to say, in a positive way, promote the utilization of the recycle in the construction industry, which is in the current situation where resources, especially for this industry, are scarce, will be something which will bring the benefit and economic advantages to the Turkey. When we talk about waste management, we see the expansion of technologies in Turkey. I had pleasure to meet with several companies which are spin-offs of the universities, like the Middle East Technical University, Bilkent. They are creating technological advances which are widely used now in Europe. I met also a company from Metu as a spin-off which use technologies Their technologies are used also in Singapore, which is one of the principal leader in the circular economy. So this strategy will open also new working places, new investments in the also sector of innovation, and this sector will be in expansion. I think the sectors which are related to the circular economy. When we talk about materials which are circulating endlessly, when we talk about materials which are repurposed, and when we talk about you know, the products which are built to last, I think that this is not anymore just a vision in Turkey, but also reality coming true. And from my experience of now 8 years working with the Ministry of Environment and Urbanization and Climate Change, I think that they have a very good group of dedicated people which are very focused, forward-thinking, and which will expand this topic in Turkey, increase this circularity rate, and we will see more numbers in the coming years, which are much higher for the Turkish circularity rate.
Thank you for your response. Do you have any questions to our panelists? So finally, we also thank to our panelists and you. And if you don't have any questions, I think we completely finished our panel. Thank you for your participation and kind support.
Introduction on this issue. As all of you know that climate crisis is impacting both present and future generations, especially most vulnerable groups, women and children. For many women and young people, the impact of climate change worsens their already existing challenges. And of course, gender-based violence, education, child marriage, these are the problems that we are facing in the coming period. And also, in addition, youth are more pessimistic, as we know, and anxious about the climate crisis. According to the latest report results of IPCC, we know that the rights-based approaches to climate action are crucial. And we also have to protect people and increase the resilience of the people, communities and cities. When we come to the Turkish policies regarding this issue, perhaps you know we just announced our long-term strategy for 2053 in the first day of the COP29. And in this long-term climate strategy, we have a big focus on vulnerable communities, youth generation, capacity building, supporting women, especially accessing finance and also capacity building issues. And also health is one of our sectors that we have focused in our long-term climate strategy. On the other hand, last year, after announcing our national determined contribution, we prepared our mitigation and adaptation strategy and action plans for 2030. And under the adaptation strategy and action plan, we have a specific sector for health and social development. And under the sectors, we focused on these issues that we will discuss together. When we come to the young generation, perhaps you know, we have a movement, it's called Youth Climate Envoy Initiative. We have representatives from 208 universities of the country, and these envoys are at the forefront of climate advocacy and policy development. Now, I want to invite our distinguished panelists to the chair. First of all, Mariam Khan, Ms. Mariam Khan will be here with us, please. She is UNFPA Turkey representative. And then we have Deputy Minister of Family and Social Services, Mr. Adil Çalışkan. Please join us. Thank you. And we have Professor Emine Didem Evci Kiraz. She is the climate health expert and advisor also to the Minister of Health. And lastly, we have Fatma Nur Tosun. She is one of our climate envoys of Minister of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. Yeah. Thank you for joining us together. Let me start with our Deputy Minister, Adil Çalışkan. Dear Minister, just questions. What is the policy or the pathway in Turkey regarding the correlation between climate change and women and youth? How can the government contribute to climate action with national policies? Thank you. Perhaps I will also try.
Honored participations, I extend my warmest greeting to you all. It's a pleasure to join you at this fateful meeting. I firmly believe that every effort to raise awareness on global issues such as climate change carries a significant social responsibilities. Today, the well-being of societies is closely linked in improving interaction between humans and nature. Sustainable development goals can only be achieved if we fulfill the responsibilities toward nature. We are all well aware that climate change significantly limits natural productivity and negatively impacts livelihoods, reducing global poverty of hunger is among sustainable development goals. However, studies reveal that approximately 30% of the global population lacked equated access to food in 2021. This situation poses a serious objective to achieving sustainable development and maintaining global peace. It is also raising significant concerns regarding the health of women, youth, and children. Climate change leads to multifaceted impact the extent from ecological to social sphere. In the regards, measures to protect vulnerable groups are of critical importance. Population of soil and water also makes it harder for women to meet their basic food needs. Furthermore, environmental issues exacerbate existing inequalities in sectors such as agriculture and farming, where women are predominantly employed. In acute emergencies linked to climate events, girls' access education is often restricts. This situation can lead to early or forced marriages as families seek solution, elevate poverty. On the other hand, marriage age are rising and fertility are declined. We would like to emphasize that the root cause of the problems is not overpopulation, but rather unfair methods in protecting future generation and nature. To protect nature and promote social development, effective methods and the comprehensive policies can only be proceed if women and youth, the most dynamic elements of society, take on more active roles. In this regard, it's a crucial step to consider women and youth as a force against climate change through human-centered action plans. As Turkey, we are developing and implementing social policies that protect both of democratic structure and the environment. Thanks to our efforts in the line with Beijing Declaration and Sustainable Development Goals, we have made important progress in achieving equality between women and men and empowering women in the context of climate change. This year, we announced our vision document and action plan for the protection and empowerment of family for the years 2024 and 2028. Among the 5 main strategic objectives of the plan, we included the protection of families against global risk and demographic transformation, as well as engaging family realizing in disaster and emergencies through family-sensitive environment policies. We also plan to launch research project on the impact of climate change on women in the near future. I would like to also mention the Zero Waste project carried out under the auspice of First Lady Her Excellency Emine Erdoğan. It is a signature initiative on a global scale and clearly demonstrates Turkey's commitment to sustainable environmental practices. In this regard, to secure the future of shared home, Earth regional and global approaches must be evaluated through a holistic perspective. I hope that our discussion contribute to decisions that make the world a more livable place. I extend to graduate to each of you for organization this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We have a National Climate Change Coordination Board in Turkey. This board is responsible for setting all international and national climate policies, and it's an honor to announce that our Minister of Family and Social Services is also a member now of the board, so we can take their inputs, valuable inputs to the board. Thank you, Minister. Now, let me give the floor to Meryem Khan. And the question for you is, could you please explain the connection between climate change and its social dimensions with demography and health, and how women and youth are affected by climate change, and how we can empower them for much more effective climate action?
Thank you very much. And really, I'd like to start by congratulating the government of Turkey for organizing this event today. I think having this conversation is so crucial because at this conference, traditionally, a lot of the topics that are discussed, they're not directly about people. And as UNFPA, the UN Population Fund, it gives me great pleasure to speak about the connection of population and climate change. Population is driven by fertility, mortality, and migration. I think we all know that there is a direct connection between climate change and increase in morbidity, sickness, ill health, and early deaths. There's a lot of evidence for that. But allow me to share a few facts about fertility also. That is people's ability, men and women, to bear children, to decide to become pregnant, and to have safe motherhood. There's a direct correlation with that. We have research which clearly shows that just like your lungs, your skin, the rest of your body is impacted by pollution and pollutants in the air, in the water, in the food, in the environment. Similarly, your ability, your reproductive ability, is also negatively impacted. We also know that when there is an increase of 1 degree above 25 degrees centigrade, there is an increase of 6% in the likelihood for a pregnant woman to miscarry. Think about that. 25 degrees, if it goes to 26 degrees centigrade, there is 6% more likelihood of miscarriages happening amongst pregnant women. That's a very direct connection. We also know that male sperm counts go down with more pollution and more heat. So the connection between people's ability to decide if, when, and how many children to have and climate change is really a very direct one. Apologies. Let's also talk a little bit about some of the things that the minister mentioned in terms of child marriage and issues of gender-based violence. Data from UNFPA researchers shows us that when people are affected by climate change, whether it is loss of livelihood or they are forced to move or they have to relocate because of floods, man-made or other disasters, the increase of gender-based violence, violence against women and girls in particular, increases 3 times. 3 times increase. Research shows us that very clearly. In terms of the vulnerability of boys, girls, women especially, specific measures are not there. Imagine a village of 6,000 people. 3,000 are going to be women in that village, right? 50% of the population is women. Of those 3,000 women, roughly 30%, 1,000 women, will be women of reproductive age. When a disaster happens, whether it's a flood, a drought, or they have to move for other reasons, those 1,000 women will be menstruating, some of them will be pregnant, and some of them will be about to deliver. We think of food, water, shelter. we don't think that women need specific services, specific supplies. And that is why UNFPA advocates for health system strengthening and inclusion of reproductive health within plans and policies. So my number one request and suggestion for the consideration, Vice Minister, for you and my esteemed moderator and all of you, is to make sure that when the nationally determined contributions are updated, they include a specific mention of investment in reproductive health as a priority, that they include as a specific mention the protection element for women, girls, and young people as a specific priority action. A second point that I'd like you to consider is the very, very excellent initiative that you mentioned about zero waste, spearheaded by the First Lady, and engaging more young people in that so that they are part of the solution, engaging women within the whole cycle of recycling, composting. These are actions that can be taken at the individual level. And we as UNFPA very much welcome the opportunity to engage in that, to bring our experience from other parts of the world so that we can be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Khan. As you mentioned, we need to have a holistic approach, including fertility, health, violence, education, migration, child marriage, and etc. So it's quite crucial for us and for the future generations. Now, we have today with us Professor Emine Didem Evci Kiraz. Professor, could you please mention about relevant research and data on the impact of climate crisis on health especially, and what this course is in Turkey, as you are you are working with Ministry of Health, and what are the steps to be taken and what is needed more?
Thank you very much, dear Tuba, and also thank you for your invitation, for your organization. Thank you very much, dear Mariam. I am happy to be in Azerbaijan for COP29, first of all. And women and young people, we are talking about them. Who are they? The managers of future climate change will also face the burden of climate-sensitive disease. There are approximately, we can say, 23% young people and 50% female population in Turkey. Who are they? Where are they living? What kind of lifestyle do they have? These are very important questions to manage the health impacts of climate change. Why? If we define this population well, detailed demographic classifications and their relationship with climate signals and health impacts, we know their climate change sensitivity, climate adaptation capacity. In this way, vulnerability becomes clear, and we can calculate real health risk of climate change. And this way, we can successfully manage the effects of climate change, eliminate the crisis, and reduce the rates of illness and death from preventable diseases. Academic studies, you ask me, international and national level policy findings have shown that there are very limited research studies worldwide, also in Turkey, on climate and health. I want to share some important points with you. Heat-related mortality was twice as high in women. Pregnant women are at greater risk. Fertility behavior may be affected directly as a result of maximum temperature and precipitation. Each centigrade added to 24 centigrade increases the risk of infant death 22%. Pregnant and postpartum women may be at risk of post-traumatic stress disorder and depression after extreme weather events. Rising temperatures and extreme weather events cause food-related diseases such as listeria and toxoplasma. These diseases increase the risk of miscarriage, stillbirth, or premature birth. It is expected that the level of exposure to climate change will be much higher, especially for young people with pre-existing non-communicable diseases and substance addiction. Increasing eco-anxiety, climate anxiety are seen in young people. There are some findings related with pregnant women and heat-related and flooding impacts. They have been associated with adverse birth outcomes and later health of the child. Turkey's national climate change mitigation and adaptation strategy, action plans, and risk assessment, the public health risk map are ready. We need data studied by processing the women, young people, and fertility rates in this framework and making detailed demographic and health comparison. And we are here from different disciplines, different sectors. Also, we are together with high-level decision makers. Let's all show a determination on the following issues and let them not come up again. After that, we talk about our success and present the next COP30. Following issues: no data. There is data but empty evidence pool. Climate science and health survey are not monitored and evaluated together. We need women and young people vulnerability and risk analysis, a list of climate-sensitive disease, climate change and public health early warning systems, climate change and health professionals, climate and health finance, to create a working and discussion culture with young people and women about climate and health. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. As you mentioned, we all of them should do the related risk and vulnerability analysis at the sectoral level and also in the health sector in our country. We started to model our climate in Turkey for 2100 in the 3-kilometer resolution. And after that, we will start running the risk and vulnerability analysis for 11 sectors, and health is one of the sectors. So after that, we will be, I think, much more science-based. We will produce much more science-based policies. Thank you for that. Now we have, as a last speaker, Fatma Nur Tosun. She is a university student, and she is one of our youth climate envoys. And as I said, we give great importance to the youth envoys, climate envoys, because we know that the required transition for net zero won't be possible without youth, and not only empowering them, but also including them to the policy making processes are also crucial. And your question is, Fatma, what is the main concerns of youth? Your solution recommendations at both policy level, and how youth can contribute to the solutions.
Thank you so much, firstly. I'm so happy to be here, and thank you for your invitation, UNFPA. Actually, the main concerns, we are so stressed. Like, there are so many things we need to do, we need to follow up, we need to learn, because every day there is so many decisions and so many policies and plans, but we are trying to learn them and understand them. But at the same time, while the impacts of the climate crisis on our planet grow stronger every day, we must also cope with all of this. So, on top of that, this is more than just a process we need to manage individually. We need to make it together. We actually have to, not need to. And studies and reports like those from UNFPA and IPCC show that young people are becoming more pessimistic and anxious about the future, like we said. This anxiety comes from the large and overwhelming nature of the climate crisis, which often make us feel powerless. Many young people like us worry about how climate change might affect their education, job opportunities, and personal safety, which can lead to mental health problems. UNICEF has identified mental health as an increasing concern for children and youth due to climate change. The uncertainty, fear about the future climate events are causing more stress, anxiety, and depression among young people. Reports show that mental health issues are often linked to the climate-related displacement, loss of family income, and trauma from natural disasters. So, what we can and what you can do for us? At the policy level, young people are asking to be more included in decision-making process. Youth representatives should be part of climate policy discussions to make sure the policies are effective, relevant, and address their specific challenges and concerns. Youth have proposed solutions to address the impacts of climate change on health at both policy and both individual levels. Our recommendations focus on systemic changes and grassroots actions that they can derive themselves or in collaboration with other stakeholders. Policies should focus on reducing the health burden caused by climate change, such as respiratory illnesses due to air pollution, heat-related illness, and vector-borne diseases. Governments should recognize health as a central pillar of climate action, ensuring the health considerations are integrated into national determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. Also, speaking of the NDCs, the Youth Climate Envoys platform is recognized in Turkey's updated national determined contribution and newly released long-term climate strategy as a key example of the country's commitment to including youth in climate decision-making process, reflecting the growing importance of youth engagement in shaping national and global climate policies. Even though climate change causes worry, young people are also motivated by hope. I wouldn't be here if I was a hopeless person. So, we imagine a future where climate action leads to global economic and social change. Youth want a future with green jobs, sustainable cities, and fair access to resources. Our vision is about more than just preventing disasters. It's about building inclusive and thriving communities. Climate change is a challenge for all generations, and we young people know that working together is key. Youth bring new ideas and creativity, while older generations bring experience and knowledge. By combining these strengths, we can create long-term solutions for this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatma. I know that the youth generation feels pessimistic about the future, but when people are asking me on the future of the climate change, what I'm thinking, I'm saying that I'm a realistic optimistic, actually. And I think we have all to be like that. And the key issue is here, the youth generation don't feel alone. We are together, and there will be always solutions. And the job for searching the solutions and implementing the results is in our hand. Thank you. Now, I think we have 5 minutes for the questions. If you have, we can take the questions. I see no questions. Okay. Thank you for attendance, and thank you, our distinguished panelists, for being here with us and contributing to our very important topic. And it was a pleasure to host you. Thank you.
If you're ready, we can start. Hocam, Tuba hocam. Başlayalım mı? Hi again to everyone and welcome. I am Kamil Koray. I am the Senior Management Engineering in the Bahçeşehir University. I also have founded Agriculture Industries, agritech startup that works on creating smart vertical farming hardware and software for urban city core and hydroponic farming. I am also co-founder and climate crisis president of Youth Participation Foundation. Today, we will discuss the importance of NDC 3.0, the climate action plans under the Paris Agreement, and the role of children and the youth of these policies. NDC 3.0 focuses on ambition emissions, reduction targets, integrating youth participation, and ensuring just transition. In this panel, we will explore how government and international organizations and youth can cooperate to develop child and youth-centered NDCs. Thank you for joining us. Today, we have honored to have distinguished guests with us. Allow me to introduce them to you. Firstly, Ms. Tuba Dinçtaş, serving as the Deputy Director in the Turkish Directorate of Climate Change. Ms. Dinçbaş plays a significant role in the development of international climate and environmental policies. She actively contributes to Turkey's climate actions. And secondly, we have Maria Özbek, as UNICEF's ECAR Regional Advisor for Sustainability, Climate NDC. She is one of the experts supporting governments in the development of child and youth-centered climate policies. And Mrs. Nazia Ürek, she is also my colleague, as Turkey's climate envoy and coordinator at the Yeditepe University SDG Hub. She leads project in alignment with the Turkey's Ministry of Climate Change roadmap and the SDGs to amplify the voice of youth. And at last but not least, Mrs. Oruç Bayramo, as UNICEF Global Youth Advocate from Azerbaijan. He supports the involvement of youth in the development of NDCs and coordinates youth-led climate initiatives on the local level. In this panel, we will deeply explore how governments, UNICEF, and youth can cooperate to develop child and youth-centered NDCs. Firstly, I want to start with Ms. Tuba. Ms. Tuba, how is Turkey involving children and youth in climate action, including its NDCs? And how multi-stakeholder partnerships strengthen child and youth-centered climate policies in line with SB 60?
Okay, thank you. Welcome to you all. Good afternoon. I'm responsible for the coordination of NDC, long-term strategy and action plans of the country. And as you know, all policy documents include a very wide aspect of children, youth, social development, and also education issues. Our dedication as the country has actually two big scope. One is youth climate envoys, and the second is involvement of youth generation in our policy making processes. We started Youth Climate Envoy initiative at the beginning of 2022 with our Climate Council. We have now different climate envoys from 208 universities across the country, and they are trying to produce projects. They are involving in greening their campuses, and also they organize educational events and work tirelessly to put input to the climate policy of the country. And we also involve them in our negotiations. Since 2022, we are taking climate envoys with us to the negotiations, and we try to educate, train, and also take their inputs to our negotiation processes. When we come to the Climate Council, first of all, after the announcement of our long-term strategy, net zero target for 2053, we immediately started to prepare a Climate Council. In this Climate Council, more than 6,000 people attended, and most of them were youth generation. And the idea behind the Climate Council was making an inclusive climate policy, because without involvement of the youth generation, the transition process in energy or industry or globally, it's not possible. So we try to empower the youth generation and also include them in the policy-making processes. As I said, during the preparation of national climate change policy documents, we are working with Ministry of Education, with the Council of Higher Education, and etc. And they are committed to provide comprehensive education on climate change from primary schools to universities. And another partner is United Nations in Turkey. We are actually have a big collaboration with UNICEF, especially in the area of youth climate envoys, and we organize workshops, we give trainings, we make involvement of the climate envoys to different international organizations, and we try to empower our young generation. The other, one of the other events that we run recently is local conference of youth that was hosted by our climate envoys, and it was a 2-day event, and at the end of this conference the outcome was a youth declaration pointing our net zero process, pathway, our NDC, and etc. And they also presented this outcome to Yonga, amplifying your voices, youth voices, in international climate discussions. We know that according to the IPCC's 6th assessment report, that young people will be among the most affected by the climate change, and it is imperative that they have a say in shaping the future and the policies. In this case, a sense of ownership and responsibility of the youth generation is crucial from our point of view, and we want to increase the leadership skills of the youth generation. And we are trying to prepare them to become informed and responsible stewards of the environment. This is our main target, actually. Regarding the children, which are one of the most vulnerable groups, we are working with Ministry of Family and Social Services to protect children from the adverse effects of climate change. And we are collaborating with the Ministry of Family during our climate change adaptation action plan. And we have their measures like children-focused early warning system or climate resilience is infrastructure for healthcare and education of the children. Another point is just transition, but we are working on this issue with youth generation. It's an integral approach from our side, and we invest in youth generation for education and training for emerging green sectors, because everything will be changed in the coming years. And we want to ensure that young people are equipped with skills for sustainable economy and the transition process. Another process that Turkey also supports is the action for climate empowerment. We have integrated climate education into school curricula and created platforms where children can express their views and contribute to climate strategies, also in the local governments. We advocate for child-responsible climate finance and push for resources that address the unique vulnerabilities of our young generation. To conclude, multi-stakeholder partnerships are key, and essential for youth-centered climate strategies, and we try to involve all these aspects to our national climate change policies and try to work with our stakeholders internationally and nationally. And the main idea is young voices are not only heard, but are also integral to meaningful climate action. This is our the main target.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tuba. Turkey's efforts to involve children and youth in climate policies are truly inspiring. I was also in the Alcoy and it was a wonderful experience. I was also in the editor team of the statement and I'm really glad that you liked our statement. Let's continue with Mrs. Maria. Why is the importance for NDCs to be child and youth sensitive, and how can UNICEF support governments in the developing and implementing child and youth-centered NDCs?
Thank you so much, and thank you to the government of Turkey for hosting such a beautiful pavilion here at COP29 and for inviting me to participate in this session. It's a true pleasure to be here because we can see the developments that have been made in just the recent couple of years. And I'm very proud to share that Turkey is the first government that called and proposed for a child indicator under the global goal on adaptation at COP29. You should be very proud for that, because that's something that UNICEF has been proposing globally, and we are yet to see more countries supporting this. So this is very well noted, and we share our appreciation. So why is child and youth sensitive NDC important? Well, if we broaden our view from Turkey to Europe and Central Asia, we see that across the region, 160 million children in our region are considered vulnerable to climate change. We know that the top 3 environmental health risk factors for children under 5 in the region are air pollution, heat waves, and poor water quality. And we know that in 2021 alone, 6,400 children died as a result of air pollution. And we know that 85% of those 6,400 died before they turned 1 year old. The other risk, heat waves, we know that in our region, 1 in 2 children face frequent heat waves. And this is double the global average of 1 in 4. And 2023 was the hottest year in Europe on record. So yes, when we work on climate change adaptation and mitigation, we need to consider these risks, and we need to consider the unique vulnerability of children. Children are not small adults. Children are different. The heat affects children different from how it affects adults. Air pollution affects children different from how it affects adults. So therefore, we need the NDC to also acknowledge that and include specific measures of how to protect, both from adaptation but also from mitigation, children from the risks linked to climate change. And I think there has been several examples already shared today by Ms. Tugba, but also from our youth climate envoys. Of course, one example is to have a close collaboration with the Ministry of Environment. And UNICEF is known for working with children's rights. Climate change, environmental degradation has not been a top priority when it comes to risks, but as we're now facing the increasing impact of climate change, this has also allowed us to establish the partnership with the Ministries of Environment in countries across the region, and we appreciate the close collaboration with the Minister of Environment in Turkey. And in working with what makes an NDC 3.0 child and youth sensitive, yes, as we said, it's about having meaningful youth participation, allowing youth to have a seat at the table in terms of discussing different measures, solutions, but also for the NDC 3.0 to identify the measures needed to protect children and youth. So it's beyond youth participation, it's also about identifying these specific solutions under adaptation and mitigation that protects children and youth. And I think this is what's new at COP. We are talking a lot about youth engagement, and we're very pleased to see the progress on that. But we also need to acknowledge that it's not a responsibility of youth to identify and to protect children. It's the responsibility of adults, of governments, and caregivers. So that's an important distinction. And therefore, for an NDC 3.0 to be child and youth sensitive, it also calls on integration of education, as was already mentioned earlier, but also health and social protection as costed investments under adaptation and mitigation. And I think we have seen several examples here, both the LCOI that has been done in Turkey, it's also been done in other countries across the region. We have had a regional COI in Central Asia, but also I think what marks the unique achievements of Turkey is also the 208 climate envoys at university level, where all the universities were represented. And you came together, you developed a youth climate declaration that was presented in Parliament at the first Climate Council meeting, and has indeed informed and perhaps also encouraged the government to now consider these child-specific indicators. So I think that shows that the work that you have invested as youth pays off as well in terms of policy solutions. So I appreciate the work in Turkey, and I wish you all the best of success in the continuing endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. UNICEF's support in ensuring the children and youth are the center of climate policies is both impactful and essential. Your approach to support mechanism is inspiring, and thanks for your support to the Turkey's climate envoys. We are really appreciated your support. And let's start with Nazia. Nazia, how are young people in Turkey addressing the impacts of climate change through local initiatives and advocacy efforts? And how can your involvement to be strengthened in collaboration with public and private sector partners? And what are you doing in your university, in your SDG club?
Thank you. So today I'm here to represent Climate Envoys. So this is a really proud for me to be in this panel as the representative of my country's climate envoys. And as all you know that climate change is a global scale issue, which is not regional, which is not affecting just a place, just the nation or something. All the components of the world going to be affected by this issue. No way to escape from it. So that's why we need to consider each component individually, and we need to take some preventions. And at these components, we have youth and children. And as one of the young people as a world citizen, I am the one, and we are the ones who are going to affect it most, because the marginated groups are the groups which are affected mostly in this kind of situations. So how we're going to affect it? Actually, the situation that we're talking about is not the point of tomorrow's issue. This is the issue of today's. It started. We are feeling the impacts of the climate change as the youth people and the children all around the world. So how the things going to happen and how they affect us? The health issues, malnutrition, and diseases will increase. The inequality gaps will be increased between the young and the other corporations. So it's going to take more time, more effort, more sources to close this gap between these inequality groups. So today we need to take action, and we need to collaborate in order to do something for tomorrow. And according to this, what we are doing as the young people of Turkey. So as Mr. Turba Dinçbay stated, we are the climate envoys of Turkey with the collaboration of UNICEF and the Ministry of Environmental, Urbanization and Climate Change. So until today, we represented our country as locally. We just tried to find some solutions for this issue locally. But besides that, until today, 20 representatives of Turkish climate ambassadors came to the COP and involved to the international process of this solution of the process of this issue, which is really significant because 20 people means that 20 different universities, 20 different places to reach more and more students and more young people. And it means that more awareness, more people to learn about climate change and more people to act for prevention of this issue. So any other part that the thing that we as the youth would like to have is having part in the decision-making process. So actually we did it. We had part in the NDCs, which is really significant step for young to be involved in the decision-making process as internationally and locally. Also, the local conference of youth is an amazing, we established an amazing academic paper which is really involved in the climate change and the solution ideas to what we can do about the youth of the Turkish people. So besides that, the solution of this process is inside the young and the children, because we are the ones going to feel the severe effects of climate change, not the elderly ones. So that's why we are more involved with this issue, which comes with climate crisis anxieties and other kind of negatives. But also, as the positive, the awareness age is really dropped by, which is significant to have small kids to know about climate change and act according to it, because we need to start by the small ages to do it. So if we are, as the climate envoys, here to raise awareness, here to spread what we can do, here to collaborate with other nations and peoples all around the world, because it's not an issue just for us, it's the issue of our world. So according to it, we need to start from the closer points. Of course, we have to collaborate locally, we have to collaborate internationally, but we have to collaborate also regionally. For example, we have an Azerbaijan representative of climate ambassador. We need to collaborate with our border countries, such as Azerbaijan, in order to have regional and powerful effects, powerful solutions for this issue. So that was the things that I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Nazia. Hearing how young people contribute to climate action through local initiatives was very insightful. And as your college, I can say that we are really honored that you're here and your club is working about the SDGs, and we are really appreciated your work. So let's continue to talk with Oruç. He's our brother countries, Azerbaijan's climate envoy. And I have to ask you, how are young peoples in Azerbaijan addressing the impacts of climate change through local programs and advocacy, including the development of NDC recommendations?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oruç. I'm Youth Climate Envoy from Azerbaijan and also Global Youth Advocate of UNICEF. So let's first talk about which climatic changes Azerbaijan face and what are the threats to children and youth. So the one that I'd mention is water scarcity, which can be a big threat to our country. But in my opinion, from a perspective of a person who works closely with children and youth, I may say that the biggest problem is lack of awareness between them. So basically, if a person doesn't understand the problem, doesn't understand the situation that they live in, how could they understand the impact or consequences of this change? So this is why I think the most important thing that we have to work on is to raise awareness between them. So now I'm talking about the capital city, like Baku, but also we have regions and we have rural areas in those regions. And when we went there, when we, conducted different sessions there, we saw that actually, youth and children from regions, they lack this knowledge, and they may see the changes which occur because of climate change. They may see that they have less water in their rivers or like something else, it doesn't matter. But they don't understand. They don't understand what causes this change. So this is why they're not able to make a meaningful action towards solving this problem. So this is why, as a Youth Climate Envoy initiative, we were constantly going to regions in Azerbaijan, and we were conducting different capacity building sessions with the youth and children from different regions. And at the end, we also had consultation sessions with those children and youth. And basically, we gathered their voices, their perspectives, and what we did with them. So basically, talking about our topic, NDCs, in summer or like in autumn, I don't really remember, but we, together with UNICEF and with support of presidency of Youth Climate Champion team, we have conducted NDC trainings for children and youth for our Envoy program. And for a couple of days, we were trying to understand what is the importance of child and youth insensitive policies. Why should their perspectives of youth and children should be included in NDCs. And after that, the voices, the perspectives that we have gathered from regions, these like consultation sessions, we got these voices, and basically in that session, in that NDC training session, we used these consultation voices in order to effectively draft our NDCs in order to further to submit it to the government of Azerbaijan. So basically, we tried to, create type of a youth and children sensitive NDCs included with the voices of youth from the regions, because they don't have a chance to come and work together with us. So we tried to create as inclusive NDCs as possible. And again, with support of PYCC, it was submitted to the government, and sooner or later it's going to be also submitted in a governmental level, and we will see the implementation of it. Let me tell you some of the things that were included. So basically, to establish the Youth Climate Advisory Board. So our Youth Climate Envoy program, this is an initiative, and what usually happens with initiatives, like they progress for a year and maybe two, and after that it literally dies and nothing happens after that. So basically, to prevent this, we want to institutionalize our initiative. So we want to create an advisory board so that we have our, like maybe chairs and etc. It doesn't really matter, but so that we can keep this initiative alive for over the years, so that we can continue doing our work. Second is conduct a nationwide youth consultation. So basically, the things that we were doing in regions, we want to do them nationwide so that we can cover voices from all the Azerbaijan. Also launch capacity building programs, which can be done together with those consultations and etc. And lastly, youth-led monitoring mechanism. So basically, after NDCs are submitted, or it can be any other governmental initiative, they are somehow being monitored so that to ensure that the action is actually going. So we advised government to create a monitoring body by youth, so that we can control, we can monitor how effectively the NDCs, or again any other document that we try to submit, is being implemented by government or by any other institution in the country. And also to talk about, as you said, collaboration between Turkey and Azerbaijan. So basically, as Ms. Tuğba mentioned, so you have a similar program in Turkey, Youth Climate Envoy in Turkey, and from what I heard, you pretty much are doing the stuff that we want to do. So one type of collaboration that we can have with Turkey is to learn from your experience, to learn from you what was probably the most effective way for you to implement the changes that you wanted to do with the youth. I mean, as an example, as I understood, you institutionalized already, right? So basically, we're trying to do it. So maybe we can collaborate with you and make some brainstorming sessions and etc. to understand how we can implement these ideas and these changes in Azerbaijan. And also, we can conduct different youth camps in Turkey, in Azerbaijan. We can send our delegates to Turkey. You can send yours to Azerbaijan so that we can share our knowledge and effectively tackle the problems. Because like also Azerbaijan and Turkey, we're really close to each other. Like we pretty much in some of the places have a similar climatic situation, so that we can also share our solutions, technologies, and etc. And it's also important to mention a recent document which was signed by Azerbaijan, by Turkic states in Central Asia, by Turkey, and by Hungary, which is a document of collaboration between these countries with the creation of Youth Climate Activist Network. So basically, the thing that we want to do, so basically these countries are all connected to each other, and we promise to work together in order to not only tackle climate changes in our countries, but also to make decisions which will cover up all region, all Turkic states, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and also Hungary. So these all are being done by us. So in the future, we will continue doing this work in order to continue tackling climate problems. So thank you again for this opportunity, and I wish good luck to each of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Oruç. Azerbaijan's example of youth directly to contributing to NDC recommendations offers a strong model for regional cooperation. The impact of these initiatives is truly inspiring. And also I would like to thank you to host the climate envoys in Azerbaijan. We can feel the passion that your volunteers and your youth that's giving about the climate crisis. And we are really would like to share our experience from you and from our side about climate crisis. And if Mrs. Tuba wants to add something, yes, can say also.
Thank you. Actually, by increasing the involvement of youth generation is not only on the training side and etc. For example, during the drafting of our 8th national communication, we worked with climate envoys and take their inputs to the national communication. And after that, we actually institutionalized the climate envoy movement with a regulation. And we also signed MOU with the higher Council of Higher Education on the climate envoy movement. Actually, all these efforts and also collaboration with UNICEF are making concrete steps to empower the youth generation and also involve them in our policy making processes. So we will be very happy to collaborate, of course, with climate envoys of Azerbaijan, and also we want to make this structure of our climate envoys movement and disseminate this initiative to the other countries also, because we have climate envoys from 208 universities, as I said, but they are different. They are from different departments, from psychology, from environmental engineering, from education department, and etc., etc. And every one of them has different views to the climate change, different approach to this thing. And our main vision is every young generation should include climate change into their next jobs or living style. So climate change is a very broad concept, and everyone in different faculties, in different departments can also find a solution in their area. So we want to encourage them to involve in this process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tuba, for your having. And today we have heard remarkable insights. Ms. Tuba highlighted Turkey's focus on multi-stakeholder collaborations. Ms. Maria emphasized the importance of UNICEF's support for child and youth-centered policies. Nazia shared how young people are taking the lead in local initiatives. And Oruç explained how Azerbaijan's youth contribute directly to the NDC policies. The key takeaways of this panel is actually clear. The governments and international organizations and youth must work together to create inclusive and impactful climate policies. This is just the beginning, and we will continue to working towards a more sustainable future together. And thank you for listening us. Thank you for contributing. And if there are any questions, I can take the questions. Is there anyone? And we have ended our panel. This is just the finishing of our time. And thank you for your attendance. Have a nice day. See you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We are the UN country team based in Ankara, Turkey, and here for the COP. We're delighted to be with all of you today. And we're going to be discussing with my colleagues, fellow panelists, some of what the UN system in its development and humanitarian work is doing on climate change. The whole COP process is a very big entity and life of its own, and then there is the UN development, humanitarian programs, and how are those incorporating for the 2030 agenda the issue of climate change. I am here moderating the panel on behalf of the resident coordinator in Ankara, Turkey, who unfortunately was not able to join us today. My name is Mariam Khan. I am the UNFPA, UN Population Fund representative, based in Ankara, but I also cover Georgia and Azerbaijan. I would like to give the floor to my fellow panelists who will introduce themselves.
Thank you, Mariam. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Gökçe Yörükoğlu Sungar, and I am leading the Migration, Environment, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Reduction Unit in IOM, Turkey.
Sorry. Hello, everyone. Good evening, and thank you for hosting us today. My name is Jeremy Schlickenrieder. I'm Natural Resources Officer in FAO's Regional Office for Central Asia and Europe. I'm based in Budapest, so I work very closely together with our colleagues in FAO Turkey and our sub-regional office that's also in Ankara for Central Asia. So very nice to be here. Thank you.
So now I'll start by sharing a few remarks that the resident coordinator wanted to express today. Of course, I start with appreciating the government of Turkey and the Ministry of Environment for hosting us here. It's a real delight to have this space. The UN system is a strong ally and partner of the government of Turkey, and we're delighted to be at this panel. Many of you will have seen over the past few weeks some major shifts that are happening in cities which normally don't suffer from climate change. The floods in Spain are a good example. We know that Florida in the US has violent storms. They're becoming more frequent. We know that in southern Africa and wildfires are growing in many parts of the world. This is all climate change. It's happening and changing the lives of people, not necessarily people like you and me, but many of my friends actually have homes in places. But we are the fortunate ones, and our job as the UN, of course, is to consider how is this affecting those who really are being left behind socially and economically in general also. So the climate change agenda is truly interconnected with the 2030 agenda for sustainable development. In terms of every aspect of development, climate change is influencing people's health, people's ability to be economically successful, people's ability to decide where they live or if they have to move. All of that is connected. A UN climate report released just days before this conference showed us that the global temperature rise is approaching 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. This was the target that we set ourselves. We all know that. How is this going to change the lives of people? And that's really the heart of what we at the UN are dealing with. So the UN calls for urgent action. That's also why we're doing some of this panel, and we're advocating to make sure that the climate conversations include social dimensions. As we look at the Summit of the Future, the UN Secretary General described the current international financial system as totally unfit for purpose and ill-equipped to cope with today's challenges. In the world of diplomacy, these are very strong words. And I think when the Secretary General expresses himself with no hesitation in such a strong manner, it's an important call to action for the rest of us. The cost of inaction is huge, and there's a lot at stake. We know that climate finance for adaptation should be scaled up along with finance for mitigation. This is part, again, of what the advocacy for the UN system is really emphasizing. And we hope that COP29, which is the financing COP, will really listen to some of these calls for action that are being made. UN in Turkey cooperates strongly with the government. We work within the framework of 5-year cycles of cooperation. We're designing the next one, and the next one is likely to have a much stronger climate component. Some areas of where we work include renewable energy and energy efficiency solutions, promoting sustainable, low-carbon, climate-resilient agricultural practices, and I'm sure that we'll hear more from my colleague in FAO. And we try to take a holistic approach. So we're also advocating that all 6 blocks of the health systems tackle and incorporate climate change. There's many other elements where we work, so I won't go into those details because we have panelists waiting to share details on that. What I'm going to do then is finish my remarks and start by the first question for my panelists. So as we look at what you are doing in terms of building climate resilience, could you share with us some of the perspectives from IOM, please?
Thank you very much. As the UN Migration Agency, we have a more people-centered approach, and migrants and vulnerable communities are at the heart of what we do. Today, we know that there is an undeniable evidence that climate change, environmental degradation, and climate risk reduction is completely interlinked with each other. There's a very strong relationship, and that climate change, disasters caused by climate or non-climatic events are causing people to move and relocate. And I believe that we need to look at this from the perspective of human rights, human security, as well as health protection, because migrants are among the most vulnerable groups. So it's not just an environmental issue. It is much more than that. It has much more complicated interlinkages, including human security. And we also know that migrants and vulnerable people are very much disproportionately affected by the impacts of climate change. We know that for a fact that according to IDMC, only in 2023, there were 26.4 million internal displacements caused by disasters. And this number doesn't include conflicts. This is only displacements caused by disasters. And this is a very, very large number. This is very alarming and threatening. So we do know that people are already relocating due to the impacts of climate change and environmental degradation, mostly in search of livelihoods. They are having to abandon their lands. And while some of these human mobilities are seasonal, some of them are more permanent. We do know that the impacts of climate change will continue to intensify, and it will cause more people to move. But we also know that the effects of climate change are not equally felt by everyone. Apart from that, we also have the issue of trapped populations and immobile populations. Trapped populations is especially very important to us because these are people who have been caught or who are at risk of being caught by a disaster, but who do not have the sufficient resources or social networks or connections to be able to move and end up being trapped where they are, thus increasing their vulnerabilities. And then we have immobile populations who do have somewhat resilience to stay, and they do want to stay, but they lack the capacity and know-how to adapt to the impacts of climate change to be able to stay. So we are especially focusing on those who have been displaced, those who want to move, those who want to stay. And again, as I said, it's a very people-centered approach for us. Now, climate change does play a crucial role in shaping the future of human mobility, but being a threat, it can also be an option, depending on the international community's response. Migration has been, for centuries, a cornerstone of development, and we believe that if managed correctly, it can also be a part of the solution. So we do not want to build walls, we want to build bridges. And that is very important for us because we see migration not only as a threat, but also as a solution to adaptation. We see this often in labor migration as well, especially with people whose livelihoods depend on the use of natural resources, like fishermen, like farmers. These are the segments of populations who will be most impacted by climate change and will therefore be forced to migrate in search of alternative livelihoods. So we do want to build the resilience of these people. When we look at the 2030 agenda, we see that IOM's work is very much aligned with the 2030 agenda. And there are several frameworks, international agreements that actually show and articulate the several links between migration and climate change. We have the Paris Agreement, the SDGs, the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly Migration. We have the IPCC's Sixth Assessment Report, which especially underlines the importance of increasing adaptive capacities. And of the Task Force on Displacement of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage as well. Migration and especially displacement is very much embedded in the SDGs, especially no poverty, climate action, decent work and economic growth, reducing inequalities. So it is very much in there in the policy documents. Accordingly, IOM has its new strategic plan for covering the years 2024 and 2028. And under this strategic plan, we have three main objectives. The first one is saving lives and protecting people on the move, which is more on the humanitarian side of displacement and crisis, helping those vulnerable communities who have been affected by a crisis, a disaster, a climate-induced event. And our second strategic objective is driving solutions to displacement. And this is our main area where we focus on climate change-induced disasters and non-climatic disasters. And finally, we have the facilitating pathways for regular migration, which is also trying to provide solutions to decrease irregular migration and promote migration as a way of adapting to the impacts of climate change. Finally, setting aside all policy documents, all strategies and frameworks, what we really want to emphasize is that if we don't want to leave anyone behind, if we want to promote leave no one behind, we do have to integrate the voices of all people, especially vulnerable communities and migrants included, so that they have the freedom of option to choose whether they want to migrate or whether they want to stay. This should always be a voluntary option, not a forced decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this comprehensive response to everything that IOM is leading. I'd like to give the floor to my colleague from FAO to share his.
Thank you very much for setting the stage and for a very comprehensive overview. I mean, we work as one UN in delivery or in support of the delivery of the SDGs, so of the Agenda 2030. So I think I will try to pick up on some of the points that were made here before, but just from the perspective of FAO, obviously, the climate COP and UNFCCC is important in the sense of the central role that agriculture and agri-food systems have in terms of their vulnerability to climate change. And you were already outlining, you know, we are seeing obviously the impacts of climate change more broadly, including in cities, but specifically also impacting agriculture and agri-food systems. And that obviously has then implications for the wider achievement of the SDGs because of the importance for livelihoods, for food security, nutrition security, and across the board. From that perspective, our entry point for discussions around this is obviously to support farmers and to support the agricultural sector in adapting, in responding to the issues and to the challenges that climate change raises. At the same time, we're very conscious, obviously, that the agri-food systems overall also contribute emissions. That means they're part of the drivers of climate change. While we obviously need to find the right balance here, it is clear that there is no way of achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement, and as one UN we very much still are following the 1.5 degree goal. There is no way to do that without considering all sectors, and that includes agriculture in the solutions that we pursue. And really, agriculture and agri-food systems kind of, obviously this is the climate COP, so we're here to discuss climate change, but we were already, my colleagues, highlighting the interrelated nature, obviously, of our engagement, and certainly also that applies to agriculture and agri-food systems. As I was saying, there's no way to achieving the Paris Agreement goals without considering agriculture, but also the same applies to biodiversity, so CBD and the Global Biodiversity Framework, UNCCD, and the land degradation neutrality goals. So from that perspective, we really see agriculture as part of the solution, as a required and necessary part of the solution to climate change, and that's also what we're here representing and working with partners and parties to really bring that into the negotiation rooms. Specifically, and you were highlighting in your opening the obviously need for climate finance to support countries in delivering on their climate goals. And those climate goals obviously entail responding to the priorities on mitigation, but very importantly also responding to the challenges in terms of vulnerability of key sectors that have been identified. One of them, obviously, from FAO's perspective and generally as reflected in country NDCs, agriculture and food systems more broadly. So really what FAO aims to do in this context, and our work is guided also by a strategic framework which is meant to support our overall engagement in delivery and in terms of moving towards achievement of the Agenda 2030. But we also have a strategy specifically on climate change, which guides our work and our engagement at the global level, because it is a global problem, but then very much taking it down to the regional, country, and local level, translating eventually through the mobilization of technical support, capacity building, and resources to action on the ground that supports farmers and, as you were saying, vulnerable communities, and amongst those are really farmers and farming communities, including women and youth farmers who are facing the challenges of climate change. So FAO's work really kind of centers on that. Our engagement here at COP centers on that, and I think our joint engagement as one UN is focused around those elements. Thanks.
So now I'll just put my hat on as UNFPA. So we've only been at 4 COPs so far, and we're here to really advocate for inclusion of reproductive health and a stronger inclusion of protection for women and girls within the NDCs, the next cycle of NDCs, because the financing to protect these areas are essential. So there's a few data pieces that I'll share about the connection of climate change and the work that UNFPA does. We've recently done research which shows us that every degree increase in temperature above 25 degrees, so if it's 25 degrees and it goes up to 26 degrees, the likelihood of a miscarriages increases by 6%. Direct correlation. In terms of how my colleagues have spoken, population is all about fertility, mortality, and migration. So the connection between increase in cases of violence, poorer access to nutrition because of displacement, increases in child marriage. There is good data and evidence that shows that connection. In terms of access to food security, we know that women disproportionately suffer from anemia in many parts of the world. And when soil and climate systems are affected and there is less produce, they are the first to have less access to nutrition. That influences their reproductive cycles, that influences their menstrual cycles, their ability to get pregnant or carry a pregnancy to term safely. So the interconnection of this work is really critical. I'd like to move to a second question. I'm back as a panelist now, as a moderator now. And my question to you is to share a little bit about some of the work that you do that connects with other UN agencies, because you mentioned, Jeremy, also the whole approach to One UN. And could you share a few examples around the One UN approach, the interconnected dimensions of what you do?
Thank you. IOM's climate change work is centered around its institutional strategy on migration, environment, and climate change, and basically it combines three important elements: solutions for people to move, solutions for people on the move, and solutions for people to stay. So anything we do climate related, it is around these three pillars. The national adaptation plans are especially an important part of this, because this year at COP29 there are several work programs that are going to be reviewed and revised, and the national adaptation plans are one of them. So this gives a perfect opportunity to IOM to also work with other agencies to integrate the voices of migrants and vulnerable populations in key decisions. As of April 2024, 53 national adaptation plans actually integrated human mobility into their national action plans. IOM, the way it operates with other entities, other government stakeholders, UN agencies, academia is sorry, not just policy advocacy, but also working with other agencies at the community level as well. IOM also invests a lot in data and research, especially because we need to have a better understanding, a better evidence build between the interconnectedness of migration and climate change and climate-induced migration. So we are also doing a lot of data collection and research to be able to inform these policy developments. IOM is also undertaking a lot of capacity building, awareness raising, knowledge sharing initiatives, again collaborating with governments, civil society, other UN agencies. And IOM also just launched its Climate Mobility Innovation Lab, where this is a platform that establishes and develops innovative and scalable solutions to empower communities to adapt to the impacts of climate change. From the Turkey perspective, I would just like to give a few examples on what we are doing. We are also working closely with the Presidency of Climate Change under the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change and we have been involved in the national dialogues during the preparation of the National Action Plan. And it is wonderful to see that the updated national climate change adaptation strategy of the government of Turkey has for the first time integrated human mobility considerations. And I think this is a very significant step for both IOM and the government of Turkey. We have also been working with other agencies, especially in terms of disaster risk reduction. We have a program called Migrants in Countries in Crisis, And we are working with first responders and presidency that is responsible for emergency and disaster management to identify the vulnerabilities and needs of migrants so that they are better integrated into disaster risk reduction planning. And this involves communication, identifying their vulnerabilities, their needs. We also have currently, just recently activated a project on improved migration and climate change policy coherence in the Republic of Turkey. The main aim of this project is including climate considerations, including migration considerations into climate change policies and climate change considerations into migration policies, thus building that policy coherence, thus building that strong nexus between migration, environmental degradation, and climate change. And finally, we are also collaborating with UNIDO. This is also a very recently launched project, which actually started just 2 weeks ago. And it's on the green transition of SMEs, of small and medium scale enterprises, who are either owned by or who employ migrants. So we would like to work with these migrant-owned, migrant-employing agencies with UNIDO to provide them as advisory services on green businesses, green transition, sustainable production patterns, and we are really excited and looking forward to start implementing that project as well.
Thank you. These are some great examples, and I think it also inspires me to think of how UNFPA could support some of those. But Jeremy, over to you.
Thank you, and very nice examples. I think just picking up on the NDCs and the NAPs, and thank you for bringing that into this room. I think it was our Deputy Secretary General of the UN that said all hands on deck to supporting countries in terms of updating their NDCs, and that's very much aligned with the COP presidency kind of priority in terms of enhancing ambition and supporting kind of action on the ground later. So as UN agencies, we're very much trying from the perspective of the kind of sectors we cover and our expertise, obviously support governments, including Turkey, in updating their NDC, and then obviously in implementing along the priorities that are identified. Again, agriculture being one of the sectors that is a clear priority for the country and also in general for supporting the most vulnerable people. FAO in Turkey has been very happy to work jointly with counterparts to prepare and support the preparation of the first biannual transparency report. This is supported through resources provided by the GEF. And really, I think the transparency, and this is also, it's called the Finance COP, but obviously countries are expected by the end of this year to prepare their biannual transparency reports. And these are really quite important as they not only allow countries to obviously report on progress made regarding their mitigation targets, but also in terms of their NDCs and their adaptation targets. So including, for instance, covering loss and damage. And the transparency element in this kind of discussion is important not just for ticking a box and sending a report, it's for accountability. And that accountability transcends, obviously, the national boundaries towards the requirements or the commitments of the country under UNFCCC and other processes, but also very importantly at the national level. And it allows stakeholders to really be able to track also what has happened and what opportunities really, and obviously counterparts, what opportunities exist for enhancing ambition and then supporting further action on the ground. So FAO is really happy to have been able to support that. And maybe just a linkage here to our other UN agencies, we do collaborate with them through a global support project on transparency and through kind of regional groupings to really bring in expertise also from UNEP, from UNDP, who are working in countries throughout the region and throughout the world in terms of support on preparing those transparency reports. The other project I wanted to mention, as I think it has implications beyond, for all agencies in our overall engagement as UN in the countries, a project that was supported by the FAO Turkey Partnership Program, which is how Turkey really brings in also its expertise to share within the wider region, focusing specifically on food loss and waste. So in Central Asia and in Turkey, developing food loss and waste strategies, which really offer an opportunity not only for obviously reducing food loss and waste, but reducing kind of the emissions linked to those and supporting enhanced nutrition outcomes for local populations. And through this engagement, which was also implemented, I understand, with some of the other UN agencies and stakeholders, really having an impact that contributes to reducing the emissions, but also enhancing resilience of vulnerable populations who need that very much. So those just as a few examples, and I can give more if we have more time later. Thanks.
Thank you. And you can see the diverse range of systems with which different agencies are engaging in partnership, sometimes with others, but also sometimes unilaterally as the need calls for. So for UNFPA, I think because the program of action for the International Conference on Population and Development has a cross-cutting agenda centered on people, almost all the work we do is usually in partnership or collaboration with other UN agencies. For health, we work very closely with WHO, and going forward, increasingly, there'll be a close connection in all the 6 building blocks of health systems, from governance, financing, data, workforce, supplies, to ensure that climate change integrates reproductive health and cross connections between that. In terms of looking at the people-centered dimension, when we look at women and young people especially, research is showing us that about 40% of young people do not wish to have children anymore. And a lot of that is fueled by climate anxiety. So to address this, the work that we'll be doing, of course, will be with other UN agencies, but also policymakers, so that they're listening to young people more about how to address this. In this region in particular, low fertility is a big challenge. Most people are choosing to have less than 2 children, which is below replacement level. So it's integral to understand why people are not able to achieve their desired family size. And that's not something that any one agency can do alone. I think the last point that I'll mention is about the issues of protection, where pretty much every single agency that we have joint programs with for protection, whether it is in development, whether it is for system strengthening, or whether it is for humanitarian response. The essential service package for response to violence against women is done jointly by many agencies, and we know that this same package is critical in terms of being applied for response to climate change also. Because when systems break down and women and girls are more at risk, the response has to be the same. So I'll go back to my first point that for UNFPA, advocating for inclusion of sexual reproductive health and rights and gender-based violence, prevention and protection is really what we're calling for in the NDCs. If they're in the NDCs, they'll make their way into the action plans and adaptation plans, and that's where the financing will then, we hope, flow. Very good. I want to thank my fellow panelists very much. I believe that we've shared a bit of what we're doing, the connected elements of the Agenda 2030, the Summit of the Future and its vision. We in UN Turkey will certainly be including a stronger element of climate change, mitigation, adaptation, and resilience building into our collective work and efforts. And we very much look forward to working with many of you going forward. Thank you very much. And thank you to the government of Turkey for giving us this space, of course. Thank you for the partnership. Please count on us to continue the work.